No. How do we do this? I forgot how to do this. It's been too long. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Gearworks and Godhood. This is our third session with this group out of Whitestone here. Before we get into the recap for where we're at, a little bit of housekeeping at the top of the session. We use music from a couple different places. One of those places is filmmusic.io. They've got great music over there that they license for any of your projects. Any music that we play from filmmusic.io, the song will have a link down in the panels. Highly recommend you check it out. We also use music from Welcome to Taldore and Welcome to Wildmount, the official Critical Role soundtracks. The generous people over there at Critical Role allow live streamers to use it, so we do, because it's good music. Check it out down in the panels as well. But that brings us back to Whitestone, particularly the crypts of Whitestone, and I'm going to change up the vibe a little bit here for this recap, given the current setting of the group. Down beneath the crypts of Whitestone, after the party was led there, after investigating a missing scouting party that had gone to the defensive obelisks around Whitestone to see what was the state of them after the group had stopped along one of them on the way back from finding the Gloomstalker, when Lord DeRolo went down and found that one of them had been broken in half, destroyed, a task that would have taken not a small amount of magic, quite strong magic to break through those. And so with the missing party, the Crimson Zodiac crew headed out on horseback out to the obelisk and found the dead bodies of the Pale Guard who had been sent out to go inspect this obelisk. A device was found, one that had a small riddle on it, and after Kors read the riddle, a small marvel popped out of this device after it started ticking and opened up a portal to another plane, bringing in 3 death dogs who the group was able to dispatch and able to grab the device and take it back to Whitestone. And after a little bit of shopping and going back to Castle Whitestone, the group met with Lord DeRolo, showed him what was going on, and it was at that point that an interpretation of the riddle that the DeRolos might be missing a member of their family. A few minutes later, it took not long at all to find that Gwendolyn DeRolo, one of the young members of the family, had gone missing and was likely down in the crypts at the suggestion of Vaxildon, one of the other children. The group headed down there and found Gwendolyn behind a magical protective enchantment, something that had a device behind it similar to the one that had just been found by the obelisk. The group exercised caution rather than heading forward to try and grab Gwendolyn directly, and was able to avoid triggering this magical trap and whatever it may have brought forth. But after waiting a little bit of time and Cadence singing a song to help calm down Gwendolyn, the DeRolos, as well as the cleric Pike Trickfoot, came down to dispel both the field around Gwendolyn as well as the device itself, with Percy picking up the device and suggesting it was time to go on the hunt. We're going to pick up right there to start, just to kind of wrap up anything from that conversation. So we have, the 4... Cell, Kors, Cadence, and Crane down here in the crypts. I believe right about the end of the last session, Malice had wanted to go outside and get some air. We can just keep going along with that, and that he headed out from there, and we'll report back when he reports back.
Did Percy pick up the device?
He did, yes.
I'd like to ask him, Lord DeRolo, if I could assist in examining the device. I would like to do that.
He kind of gives you a bit of a apprehensive look. That's what I was looking for, given the news about the previous one. But I'll let you roll a persuasion check if you'd like.
19.
19, pretty good. He goes, perhaps another steady hand would help. And he grabs out of his pocket kind of a little magnifying glass, like a monocle magnifying glass, almost like a jeweler's piece, and a small kit with leather, made of leather, with a couple tools wrapped in it. Pulls out a small little, kind of just like a pick. And I'll say I'm going to roll for him with advantage if you're helping him. I'm checking that out. Yeah, bring him high. He's stupid high on his stats. There we go. stupid high. So he starts to pop off that back panel, that same one that you did, and as he's opening it, he looks and sees, I see. There's a spring here, and when you open this panel, if you do not do it with care upon first opening it, then that spring will be out of place. It looks like that is why you cannot place the panel back on the other one. Almost as he's kind of telling you very mechanically, like not with much emotion or intention behind it. He definitely seems in examination mode. But
I'm just kind of watching in awe, just like.
But he starts looking through, and you can see him pull out just like a tiny little mini screwdriver, and just kind of puts it in there. You see him twist his fingers a bit. He says, this is quite impressive. This will take some time to do a bit of a deeper dive. And he looks, there's so many components. And then he takes a pair of tweezers out, goes and pulls off a bottom piece. And as he pulls off that bottom piece, you actually look, and it seems to move. It seems to be a space that moves beyond the device itself, underneath, almost as if there is a little bit of a pocket space, a little mini pocket dimension underneath, that there is more things in here. And he just says, my gods, this is very advanced. I think I might need some help. I don't want to say out loud this is beyond my depth, but I think I have some friends that can help us do a bit of forensic tinkering if they're willing. And he looks around, and Vexalia is still kind of just cradling with Gwendolyn, and she looks up to Pike, and she's actually talking to Pike right now, and she says, Pike, she still cannot speak. Please dispel it. And Pike says, I don't know what's wrong. Let me try again. And you see her going through the same, not ritual, but the same steps to cast dispel magic. And you see her symbol to the Everlight light up even brighter than the previous times. She says, I'm sorry, Vex. I'm sorry, Gwenny. I don't think I can break it. And you look and you see Gwendolyn trying to speak, and her mouth is still not emanating any words. And at this point, Percy looks over to the rest of the group and says, I need a few hours to plan. Meet at the Greyhunt Manor at sundown. We'll have instructions from there. And then Vexalia looks out to the group. Thank you all for what you've done. This could have gone a lot worse. And you see her give a look to Percy after she says that. Kind of a very staring daggers at Percy from that. But they kind of give you guys a look of, we've got this from now. We're gonna handle it from here. Any other conversations or anything anybody wants to ask, though? They don't look like they're pushing you out specifically, but it's kind of here's what we're doing.
I did have a question. So in the last session, when I looked at Percy, I saw something because I still had detect magic up. Mm-hmm. Was I able to tell what school, if it is the School of Magic, or it was just something?
I would say it was just something, because the way I had described it was kind of, it's almost like you saw the smoke from a spell rather than the spell itself. So there wouldn't really be a school attached. If anything, go ahead and roll an Arcana check. Give me an Arcana check.
14.
No, just the wisp that there was magic there, but it had already faded.
Okay.
Yeah. if nobody has anything else for this crew, what would you like to do from here?
I'll kind of gently bow my head and just kind of take my leave. It seems like this is definitely something that the family needs to be dealing with, and that they know that they can call on us if they need us. So I will just make myself scarce and go and kind of decompress myself from that really stressful situation.
Okay, got it.
About how long until dusk, I guess?
Not terribly long. I would say 2 to 3 hours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I
Just
guess.
kind of. Oh, God, sorry.
No, you go first.
I was just gonna kind of say to Pike, like, it was nice seeing you again.
Give me a charisma check.
Yeah.
Because I know the intention of it was nice seeing you again. You know what, though? I am going to have to say, give it to me at disadvantage because you are trying to get your flirt on in this situation that is very serious.
It's nice to see you again, Pike. No biggie. Ooh, nat 20 plus 3.
Oh, with disadvantage?
Oh, disadvantage, I'm sorry.
Rip.
13.
13. Okay, that's still pretty good. She kind of looks back and she doesn't say it in any kind of like charming way back, but she does say, "It was good to see you too, Sel. Maybe we'll see you later at the cake."
Fair enough.
I'm just gonna make my way to Journey's End and kind of hang out until dusk.
Same, I could use some courage.
Yeah, I'll head back too.
Okay, got it. Well, if everybody is heading back to the bar, as you are all leaving, you can hear, right as you kind of get onto the steps and start walking up, you hear Vexalia say, "You can be damn sure I'm getting a crewmate on your ship now." And keeps walking. You guys keep walking. Make it to all the way up to Journey's End. And for the sake of brevity, is there anything particular you guys just want to grab a couple drinks and then meet back up at the Grey Hunt here at this point, or is there anything anybody wanted to do? Any taverning you really wanted to do?
No, I think just drink, yeah.
What time of day is it?
Right now, it's late afternoon. Probably, and it's later in the year, so the days are a bit shorter. Probably like 4 o'clock or so.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just head back with them then.
Okay, got it. Anion, you are outside of Whitestone Castle, currently training in the fields. Not typical for members of the Grey Hunt, but being a bit of a newer member, you are currently out there working with the Pale Guard in particular. And the reason being that your large stature is something that they value in terms of hand-to-hand training, because it's not something that they get a lot of here in Whitestone. So you're kind of going through and working with some of them when you see a member of the Grey Hunt, one who is often at the Grey Hunt Manor. Alina is her name, Elina. And she drops off a letter that I let you know the contents of before the session, the one we spoke about, and mentions to meet at the Grey Hunt Manor at sundown.
All right. So she just kind of hands me the letter and aways, or is she?
Yeah, she kind of hands it to you and says, a letter from Lady Vexalia. And at that, the probably 3 Pale Guard who are sparring with you, they kind of look at each other with a look of like, oh boy, and set their weapons down. And there is a little bit of hubbub. You had seen in the few minutes prior, there are Pale Guard here that are still training, but there was a call for, I think there was about 100 total. It was 50 Pale Guard and 50 Rifle Corps who had made their way across the courtyard to the keep. So you were kind of, while you're doing the sparring, keep an eye out, seeing if you can pick up on anything. And that was about 45 minutes or so ago. So now getting this later right after that seems a little coincidental. So, but with that, and by the time sundown hits, you make your way to the Grey Hunt Manor, a familiar path there, and walk in to see the crew of the Crimson Zodiac, or at least the ones who are here. Let's do this. Let's give a description of each of the characters who are already part of the Crimson Zodiac. Actually, let's start with you, Anion. Why don't you give a description of what they see as you push through the large double doors of the Grey Hunt Manor here?
As I push through the doors, in front of you is a 6'6" Minotaur. Black, mostly black hair, black fur covering body. Pretty hefty. Brown eyes. He's wearing a lot of like gear that looks more like he customized it to be a little more like, there's some random leaves and stuff. He's trying to look more towards the nature side without actually just using leaves.
Nice. Very cool. Okay. Yeah, we'll go screen order. Let's do Crane next.
You'd see like a 5'8" fire genasi. His skin is like crimson red with black and gray ash freckles. His hair coming out, he's got a long beard that's orange at the bottom and kind of gets deeper red as it gets down. And his hair kind of goes up into he almost looks like flames are coming off of him. He wears like a long black jacket with some like studded pieces on the side, and he carries a musket on his back. And at his hip, you would see a mechanical nine-tailed fox.
Cool. Cadence.
Next to him, you see a red tiefling that has black horns, looks very similar, I guess, to kind of a grown-up version of Gwendolyn, who you are used to seeing if you're familiar with Lady Vexalia. She has nice privateering clothes on, a little bit more on the wealthy side than just, the average pirate, and has a long rapier by her side. Her hair is pulled back in a very tight bun right now, and she's looking very serious.
Cors, you're up.
All right. So, like I said, I changed the race. So
yeah, big update here for anybody watching that's confused.
Instead of a red hobgoblin, I basically what you see is a figure about 6'4", tan skin with brown hair, kind of longer on the top, short on the sides. Has a full beard with some sort of tribal tattoos on his face. One more prominent, like going across the bridge of his nose. Then he's wearing a leather jacket with some sort of like, it almost looks like a little bit of art on the shoulders. It looks very much like leaves, kind of some coloration, like teal coloration to it. And then by his side, he has his short sword, and on the other side, a spell book. And I am a Goliath now.
Lots of either tall or small. Well, no, wait, no, we got one short, two tall, two medium. And let's finish up with Sel.
So yeah, you'll see Sel. He's gonna be sorry for the background. Goblin sized, about 4.5 feet tall, wearing mithril medium armor. He's got no helmet or anything, just armor itself, and then a big yellow mace that's on his back with the shield. And the mace has like very cleric-y notes and inscriptions along the like handle of the mace. And it's like glowing, kind of like, I wouldn't say breathing, but it's like kind of off and on of like the yellow coming off of the mace. And yeah, he's just standing there, pretty keeping to himself, but just has that look about him.
How's the cloak doing right now? Is it still, or are you just billowing it?
Nah, it's not billowing yet, but I mean,
Okay.
when he wants to be flashy, it'll billow.
Got it. Okay, cool.
But yeah, pale skin, and green eyes and black hair.
Got it. All right. I would say that it's just you all here in this chamber at this point. But you all see Anion walk in here as you are already all in here with a buzz. I would say to anybody who is like trying to drink, maybe let's get rid of like two gold. Well, I would say it was 2 gold for the premium drink. So, you know, I'll just say let's take out a couple gold if you're trying to drink at the tavern. I trust you guys on that one.
That's fair.
And real quick, I didn't catch what race is Sel?
Oh, sorry, Verdan.
Okay.
You would know. You would like if you saw him though. You'd be like, hey, there's a goblin.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you all currently drinking? Like, or were you drinking?
We're at the Grey Hunt, right?
Yeah, this is the Greyhound Manor now at this point. Yeah.
Okay.
Which is
So
that
I'd
like
say,
cathedral-ish building, right?
Yeah. It's kind of got a more like Gothic style design.
Okay.
yeah. So we probably just smell maybe a little bit of alcohol, but we're not actively drinking. Does Anion have any symbols on him or anything to indicate that he's a part of the Grey Hunt? Or do I just see some guy that looks kind of scary walking in who has leaves stuck to
I
his
would say,
armor?
yeah, I would say Anion would have some gear on that looked distinct enough to know he's part of the Grey Hunt. Although it is kind of a secret organization, you know, there is a secret-ish organization. They do spy things. At times, they do also have official stuff while training. So, yeah,
Okay.
you have some recognizable.
I was gonna say that would very, very change, or depending on what the answer is, would change my answer dramatically as to how I responded to walking in. after
Yeah,
everything
here's
that
a new
just
player.
happened.
Roll initiative.
Right? I'd just be like, what the hell are you doing here, bro? But if I see that he's got that from the Grey Hunt, I'll probably just kind of give him a little nod and still kind of be in that serious mode. But I probably can, especially with what we heard from Vexalia, I'll kind of put the pieces together to think that, you know, this is probably who she wanted to join our team.
The second I'd be able to get close enough to start to smell the alcohol, my character immediately, lively bunch, I see.
It's a long day, man.
Yeah.
I presume you are who I will be assigned to now.
Oh. I'm gonna nudge Cadence. He's a big one.
That he is. Hello. I can guess from your armor that you probably were sent here by Vexalia?
Indeed.
Yes, well, welcome. I'm Cadence. This is Crane and Cores and Cell. And yes, you probably smell our libations, but as Crane mentioned, it's been a long day. So hopefully Percy will have some good news with us moving forward. Were you debriefed on the most recent happenings with the Dorolo family?
I have been told nothing. I was given this assignment. I was told where to go. My name's Anion, by the way, and hopefully, with me around, you won't have any more rough days.
Well, That's to be seen. I think we've all felt that about ourselves and have all had a piece of humble pie, as they say. Um, well, not to be a tease, but I don't think I will be debriefing you on this. I think I'll leave that to Percival since this is a personal family matter to him as well. Not sure how much information he's divulging even to us. So I guess we just will wait for him to see. And also, if you do need to smoke, we've learned not to smoke inside. So
I don't smoke, but okay. How did you learn that? Is that not obvious?
Well, Cell said it was all right.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, if he said it's all right, it must be all right.
Well, I thought so.
Well, now I don't know who to believe.
And it's probably about that point you see both Lady Vexalia and Lord Percival de Rolo heading into this kind of main entrance area. And Lady Vexalia looks to you, Anion, and says, "Thank you for coming. I appreciate you answering the summons." And you can tell Percy is not making eye contact with you, but looking at the rest of the group. And Lady Vexalia continues, "If you'd all like to come back this way, we have a meeting room we'd like to talk to you with." And they head back there. Everybody following?
Yep.
Yeah.
absolutely.
Beer in hand, yes.
Yeah, they lead you into this room. It is a really nice ornate doors, and both of them have the sun tree carved into it. And as the door opens, it's kind of a circular room, the walls and the table itself. And there are 5 seats that are set out. Actually, I'd say there's 6 because they know that Mouse is part of the crew too, but he's off doing his own thing. So, but there are places for you guys to sit as well. It looks like Pike is in here as well, still in her armor and still sporting a very stern, serious look on her face about what's been going on. Cores, for you, it's a very interesting thing. You're very familiar with Pike, having worked at the cake now for a while, and you don't usually see her like this. This is a side of her that seems to be very protective coming out, and is making her kind of a different side of Pike than you're used to seeing from her just doing baking at the cake. But as everybody takes their seats, Percy stands up and says, "This device is more advanced than," and he kind of hesitates to say, "more advanced than I'd like to admit. And I will need help figuring out where it came from. I would venture a wager that somebody who made this device found something back from the Age of Arcanum and adapted it into their own creation. That is that far beyond what is available to most these days. We'd like to send you to pick up a team, a trio of gnomes who are business partners. They are in Wildmount. We'd like to send you west to Hupperduke in the Dwendalian Empire. Things aren't very stable in the Empire currently, but we need them, and I have sent word to them that we will be sending you in the Zodiac to come retrieve them. Now, the Zodiac is quite quick. While Captain Larizondas is piloting it, it can travel 30 miles per hour for about 12 hours of the day. I do understand the captain needs rest, but there is a bit of an autopilot mode on which it can travel still 20 miles per hour throughout the day. That does allow for about 600 miles of travel per 24 hours, which puts us at getting to Hupperduke in about 2.5 days. We'd like you to retrieve them and bring them back as soon as possible. Their names are Felric Hippelzampel, Cleft Hinkertop, and Defina Squigglefall.
Did you say the second one again?
Clef Tinkertop.
Can you say the third one again?
Defina Squigglefall. These very gnomish names.
Wait, are these gnomes or gobos?
Not gnomes.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
He says all three of them had a hand in crafting the original version of the Crimson Zodiac, and I'd like to personally request their aid in doing a bit of work on this device, a bit of forensic work to find out anything we can about its origins. As it stands, every piece, every gear, every dial, every bit of it is all custom made. And that worries me. For you, Anion, he kind of sighs a little bit as he says it. He pulls out a box. It's a little bit of a chest. Very, very kind of the symbol of white stone on it, very ornate, and opens it up. This is the gear for Crimson Zodiac crew. There's a set of boots that allows you to stay on the surface of the Zodiac. This here is a bracer, grappling bracer, and he's kind of, and Vex kind of puts a hand on his arm. He goes, "Darling," and he kind of straightens up. Right. This one right here, and he pulls out, I made a quick adjustment on it for your size, but this one here is a fall guard. In it you can keep a small charm that will allow you to cast Featherfall if you are falling off of the ship. And this here is a belt of repelling. It allows to be brought up to the Crimson Zodiac with the Zodiac without the Zodiac having to touch the ground. Allows you to get down to the ground from it. The hook will shoot up to the railing of the Zodiac and automatically grab it. He grabs out another one and actually takes it over to Crane. It says, "I was able to make some weight adjustments on another set for your steel beast."
Oh, for Kip?
Yes.
Thank you, Lord Rolo. I'm gonna kind of bow my head.
You are welcome. I did not have any kind of bracer, but one of the rappel belts and a small set of boots for it to wear to stick to the surface of the deck.
You got your little booties, Kip.
That's gonna be the cutest fucking thing.
And they are like the same as the other boots, like the same design, all the same etchings on them, just box sized.
Are these items like more nonchalant or pretty like gaudy? Are they very obvious?
They're definitely not gaudy. Yeah, they look more functional than anything. There is certainly some like very nice parts put into it, like the belt itself has a nice engraving of the sun tree on it. They look very nice, very, very good quality, but they don't look gaudy. Yeah, it's not. I wouldn't say it's gaudy. Lots of kind of white and gray. Lots of ornate etchings into them.
He looks at Percy and he's like, "So, bracers only good for the ship?"
Bracers, right.
I can't
And by the way,
tell.
these are all items you can add into your inventory in D&D Beyond to give a breakdown of what they do. So you don't have to remember everything here. Oh, you know what? You do have to... Let me go into your character sheet and enable them real quick.
That means I should probably delete the custom ones I made.
Yeah, sorry, that's fine. Get back there. There we go. It says yes. The bracer has a small grappling hook. A small miniature crossbow will pop out, and you can shoot the hook out and attach it to something up to 50 feet away. You can also use it to wrap a cord around an enemy. to bring them close to you, but allows for a little bit of redundancy should you fall from the Crimson Zodiac and have no help from the Featherfall charm, and are not able to use the grappling or the belt. Then you can use this as last resort, or for anything you need while you're out on your missions.
Okay. You just see him start putting everything on in the middle of us talking.
And they are, these are they work for the hooved Minotaur feet for the boots.
Is it an actual boot, or is it more of like an anklet to leave my?
No, it's still like a boot. Yeah, still like a boot.
Okay.
But I'd say to accommodate for a hoof, it's a open bottom with a boot for you. Like you'd still be touching surface with the ground with most of it, but it just has that rim around to allow for that.
All the better to use my earthbender.
All right. With that, Percy says, I will be sending out messages, calling in a few favors. I'm gathering a team to Whitestone to begin to piece together what is going on here, what is causing these events to happen, and who is responsible. Does anybody have any questions or anything before we head back to the castle?
Did he say where we would be meeting the Crimson Zodiac?
There is a skyport in town, and that would be normally where it's at.
Okay.
It was gone earlier in the day for something Percy had going, but you could presume that he called it back.
I have an out-of-game question.
Sure.
Are we getting paid for any of these things that we're doing? Because we don't seem to have a good discount, and we haven't gotten a chance to talk about that after I talked to, what was his name?
Jerry.
Jerry, yeah.
Yeah, Jerry at Gilmore's Whitestone. I would say yes, that is a good point. You aren't volunteering out of the goodness of your heart. I would say as members of the Crimson Zodiac, part of the Grey Hunt here, you'd have your housing is provided.
Mm-hmm.
However, I would or covered at least. I would say though you would get a stipend of 100 gold per month.
Okay.
Paid out at the end of the month.
Okay. Thank you. I was just like, wait a minute. Money. I need to buy things. I'm in debt. Thank you.
With that, Percy kind of says, listen, I need these gnomes back. I'll be honest, they seemed a bit hesitant, but I will be sending more messages to them to do what I can to persuade them, to bribe them, whatever they need to be brought back. And hopefully by the time you get there in a couple of days, they'll be ready to go. If not, this may be a bit more of a diplomatic mission, so please be aware that this is how things are before you head out. They seem like they've got things going on in Hupperduke as well. As I mentioned, the Empire has got a bit of odd happenings as well, and well, everybody's got their own problems.
So if they don't choose to come back with us, what then?
At that point, Lady Vexalia looks to Pike and kind of gives a little bit of a nod. And they walk out of the room. And everybody's just quiet for a moment while they do that. They need to be brought back. They are some of the best that Exandria has to offer, and we need their help. I'm not asking you to kidnap them. I'm not asking you to do anything immoral or illegal, but we need these gnomes. They need to come back. And I am leaving it to you to do what needs to be done to bring them back in a state that is leaving them willing to help us as well. I understand the challenge of that task, but I will be doing my best to persuade them before you even arrive. With any luck, they will just be getting on the Zodiac and heading back. Or heading back to us.
I see. Understood.
I'd look at him and say, is there anything we could bring them to get us on their better side?
An astute question, Anion. He pulls out a third box this time. No markings or etching, no kind of ornate display on this one. It is a very nice box overall. It's kind of a dark brown wood. As he opens it, you can see like a kind of a red velvet lining. And as he opens it, you can see in there is refined residuum. And it is a pretty good amount. And he said, yes, this is something that I have already offered to them. And I'd like for you to take it and offer it to them when you arrive. If they decide to accept, then I'd like to make sure that you have that available to them. I am also willing to pay them as much gold as they would like in this matter as well. They know that, and that gold will be given to them on their arrival.
I guess my question would be, is there any reason why they wouldn't want to come?
I don't think it's more about them not wanting to come and help. It seems like they are busy with their own things there.
Okay.
They are, after all, the original crafters of the Crimson Zodiac and its original design. However, as I said, people have their problems, and they want to solve them. Perhaps aiding them in those problems will help give them the freedom to come help us. Whatever the case, they're needed.
And it sounds like you have a way of communicating with them, so if we are to be longer than expected, we can send a message back and let you know?
Correct. Do you guys hear that? Sorry, I apologize for the background noise. Do you guys hear the? It sounds like my neighbor is doing some yard work. Do you guys hear that? Should I turn the gain down at all, or is that fine for you guys?
It's fine. Doesn't really.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. All right. He says, well, if there's nothing else, then there's much more I have to attend to. I appreciate you all taking this on. This is your first official mission. That is not just training, killing the Gloom Stalker. Mountains. I wish you all the best of luck. And remember, Whitestone is counting on you, as am I.
With that, I give a quick bow down and I turn to go head to the Crimson.
Okay.
Same for me.
Same? Yeah. Everybody following?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's change the vibe a little here too then. All right. So sundown has happened. So it is dark as you move through Whitestone. And as you go through, it is that's not what we wanted. Sorry. There we go. As you move through, the streetlights that give off a dull green glow kind of illuminate the pathways and roads as you head to the skyport. And there is a little bit of hustle and bustle about the town. You can see that word around Whitestone has gotten around, and there is a sense of tension as we walk through the streets, and it definitely contrasts the typical calmness and security that Whitestone feels. And it's not too intense, just very much, everybody feels what's happening, hearing the rumors about the Pale Guard dying at the obelisk. And as you travel through town, you make it to the skyport and see the familiar form of the Crimson Zodiac here. You see a couple of the silhouettes of some of the other crew here that run the ship. Familiar faces for all of you, but Anion. And head up to the Crimson Zodiac onto the deck. As you do, all of you see first the Elvish woman. Yeah, there we go. I see the Elvish woman, Inania. And she's standing there with her blonde hair, kind of the druidic version of the more flight suit style clothes that the other two are wearing, with her staff touching the deck of the ship and kind of spreading out its roots down into the living wood that makes up the ship. She says, "Welcome back. It's good to see you all. I see we have another crew member." She gives a nod.
He immediately looks around. My weight is not going to be a problem, yes?
No, of course not. Of course not. That will be fine. My name is Inania. I am the first mate on the ship here, and in charge of making sure that it stays up in the air when we take damage. She gestures to the front, says, "The second mate and one in charge of ammunition or munitions is Skizrak." And you see, you don't actually see the goblin from where you're at on the deck here, but you hear just a tiny voice from towards the front of the ship yell out, "Hi!" And then she points up to the back of the ship, up on standing on kind of a circular platform, starting to put like a metal band with two gemstones set into it over his eyes. And that is Captain Larizando. And he doesn't say anything, and she says, "We were told to expect an extra, so it is good to see you. We were given directions to take flight right away. Is there anything you all need before we go?"
A place to perhaps rest for the night.
Fantastic. Happy to do that. Why don't I give you a tour? The previous trip with the fight against the Gloomstalker was all above deck. I can show you all to your quarters and what it looks like beneath deck.
Fantastic, thank you.
And she heads to the door and opens it, and you see it kind of as the door opens. And she's up here too. As the door opens, it looks like there's a winding staircase that goes down probably about 15-20 feet. It's a very narrow hallway, and it's a very interesting situation because looking from the outside of the Crimson Zodiac, what you are all expecting when you walk into this door is probably like the whole inside of this ship here, because you were told that the very bottom layer of the ship has some soil nutrients for the ship itself to continue to be living wood, be part of a living tree that is the ship. And you're expecting just a small cramped area, maybe hammocks for you to sleep, a table. But as you go down the stairs here, what you can see is that there is certainly dimensional magic in play here. You look at a space that is wider than the ship itself by probably about double. And you can see that there is just kind of an open area here right in the front as you get right at the bottom of the stairs, probably about 20 by 20 feet. that leads to a hallway with other doors on it. And Ananya says, there's a bit more space down here than there is on deck, and heads to the first door and opens it. She says, we have 9 rooms here in this area of the ship. There's one for each of you, currently part of the crew, as well as one for myself and any other guests who might be flying on the ship as well. And she says, Captain Larizando and Skizrak have their own rooms that are closer to where they're stationed on the ship. Goes to a door that's kind of across the hallway and a little bit further down, and opens it up and says, we have a small dining hall here. And it opens up to a room with a long table. It's a pretty long room. It's probably about 35, 40 feet by about 20 feet. And you can see that there's a couple doors off of it. There is also a kind of, it looks like a table, but one that it has, it's covered on the, it's against the wall, but it's covered on the front. And you see that there's just a little bit of like a frosty fog coming off of it. She says, we've got a magically enchanted storage, cold storage here. Captain calls it an icebox. And we've got food that, this stuff is a bit more perishable, more fresh food. We've also got, and she goes and opens one of the doors, stuff for longer trips that can last a little bit longer. And I was told to make sure that you know that this is here, and opens up one cupboard. Cores, you recognize it because you might have made some of them, but there is quite a bit of baked goods from the Slayer's Cake here in this cupboard.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Oh, Cadence is gonna grab a handful.
Okay, got it.
I don't care what. She just grabs a handful.
Okay, got it. And so Ananya takes you out of this room and then heads back. The very last door that is at the end of the hallway, that was the one that was kind of facing it. It opens it up. She says, here's the meeting room. Opens it up. Not dissimilar to the one that was the meeting room in the Grey Hunt, although this one's not circular. This one is square, as is the table. It's a rectangular table. Just, and you look and you can see there's some maps that are kind of up on some boards. So this is the meeting room. This is for any planning that needs to be done. It could also be converted if we have extra passengers. We could make this into a makeshift sleeping quarters for up to about 10 or so. And beneath this level is the underside. I keep soil, water, nutrients for the ship down there. That is not really accessible. I must alter the wood itself to get to that. But nothing you need to do down there. So you can all take a room, get settled in if you'd like. We've got everything we need to keep things going. You're welcome to rest as we travel. You're welcome to join us on deck. Whatever you'd like to do to keep yourselves busy for the next 2.5 days while we travel to Hapatuk.
Thank you. I'm gonna offer her one of the pastries I have in my hand.
She grabs it. Oh, I just love these.
Ugh, I know that you die for.
You
I'm
do great
going
work
to-
there, Cores. You and Pike are quite the sugary wizards.
I think he might be AFK.
Yeah, that seems like
Yeah.
Anion pipes
Just
up.
remain
and he's-
silent. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good. Anion's like, do we have storage for stray animals?
No storage for stray animals. The ship is more meant for quick travel, very speedy maneuvers, things like that. Get in, get out quick without being seen. Not very equipped for animals. Might be something that we could perhaps look at as a alteration in the future, but I suppose if need be, we could convert one of the sleeping rooms, but she kind of looks at the ship like very protectively. I'd like to keep things as clean and orderly as possible.
So don't make friends. Gotcha.
And she says, "Oh, by all means, make friends. Just don't bring them back to the ship with you."
I like to keep my friends close.
I understand that very much. I am a druid of the Arashari and can understand that sentiment. Perhaps if a small animal or a pet companion, something you had with you, a bit of a bed or something could be made in your chambers. Nothing large, though.
Define large.
Specifically large. The the sizing chart large.
That sizing chart you have. Cadence is going to send a message to Crane that just says, "What do you guess? This guy's probably accidentally squished a squirrel or two."
He's probably squished a spoiler.
Do you have message? Can you say it back?
I don't know.
You can respond to message.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. I never get to send messages. This is so cool. Well, then, yes.
And then and he looks around at everybody else. Don't be surprised if we have a friend on the way back.
I'm gonna hold up the 2 dead rabbits that Kip caught this morning and say, "I'm gonna go cook these."
And there is a nice spot for a cooking fire here, or that was back in the dining hall. You can easily get it going. Looks like there was a spot with some wood that you could cook those 2 rabbits over easily enough.
Anonia, do we have any drink on this ship?
There is, yes.
Perhaps?
And there was other cupboards that she didn't show you. She just was specifically showing you the Slayer's Cake cupboards. She says, yes, there are a variety of spirits on deck, I assume is what you're asking about.
Yes.
Yes, we've imported a number of rather nice wines and ales. Larizondo is quite the connoisseur of Wildmount wines. And we've got a variety of those, as well as a few bottles of something, a few things a bit more strong.
Cadence is going to grab a bottle of wine, grab some more pastries, and then just say, "Good night, you all. I am off to bed."
No rabbit stew. All right.
I've got all I need right here. Thank you. Perhaps in the morning.
As you're cooking the rabbits, Anion's gonna walk up. Do you kill all woodland creatures you come across? Do I need to tell you not to kill things I want to make friends with, or...
I set Kip to hunt this morning. He just follows orders.
So be wary if I want to have a friend. Gotcha.
He likes to play, but he can get a little rough.
He looks down at the stew and just... I can tell.
So no rabbit stew for you either, then, huh?
I will be having rabbit stew. No, I eat meat. Definitely more of a, do I need to be cautious around you when I'm making friends with animals?
Oh no, I mean he won't attack your friend.
Other than that, I'm just gonna kind of, being new, more watch what happens around the ship, kind of pick up on what everybody's vibe is, kind of thing.
Okay, sure. Hanging out in the dining hall while Crane makes the stew, though?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
After about 20 or 30 minutes, you guys hear some really, really sad music coming from Cadence's room.
Roll a performance check to see how good that sad music is.
AKA how much the wine affected me.
Yeah.
Let's find out. Hold on. I was just about to roll in D&D when I've got my dice right here. What am I thinking? Okay, what's my performance? Is a +7. Oh, jeez. Sorry, I've got a dog in my lap, and he's preventing me from reaching my dice. Okay. That would be a 24.
24. It's a very nice song. Everybody feels very melancholy as they hear it kind of
Whoops.
throughout the bottom deck here with Cadence's sad song playing.
Just kind of say to everyone sitting out here, just like, well, just kind of definitely setting the tone, huh?
And Cores and Cell, you guys hanging out in the dining hall too?
What was that?
Cores and Cell, were you guys hanging out in the dining hall too?
Yeah.
Got it.
When we
I'm
hear
actually
this
going to still
song,
have that.
oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was still going to have that mug from when we left, and I'm going to fill that up with an ale that they have. And then hang out with Crane, Cores, and Aeon and chow down on some stew.
Okay, got it.
You guys want to sadly play some Go Fish?
Sure.
I'm not even in the mood for some sad go fish. I'm just going to sit my sorrows away.
I will play. And you also see him take out his own instrument, which is just a horn, and set it on the table, and he's just eyeing it, debating on whether he's going to join or not.
Cores, you mind watching the stew for me while I take this guy's gold?
Yeah, I got you.
Oh, we play for competition, not just for fun. I like this.
Well, I don't have any Exandria Go Fish rules on me, so let's just do some rollies.
Oh,
How much you
yeah.
guys throwing down though first before we roll some dice about it?
Oh man, just one gold.
Yeah.
Gold per game.
Depends on how often I win.
All right, yeah, let's roll. Just roll a straight d20 and whoever gets a higher.
Not a hot
dice.
start for me. I got a 3.
3,
Mine's not much better. I got a 5.
5, 5 to win.
This
Anyone
better.
add a gold, Crane, take off the gold.
You want to keep playing?
Yeah.
Does anybody want to have conversation while we're just like playing Go Fish in the background?
It's too sad.
I got a 20.
Oh, I didn't get that.
All right, I'll be taking my gold back.
Crane, also go ahead and just roll me a general wisdom check for how good the rabbit stew was.
Do I add my proficiency bonus? Because I'm a.
Are you
proficient
proficient with the cooking? You said you are proficient with cooking kit?
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead and add that proficiency bonus.
An 11.
11? Okay, got it. Okay. Cores is your stirring stew. It smells pretty good. It's all right. It's an 11.
I feel like he's over there like kind of stewing it and then just kind of like stirring it and is like, let me taste it real quick. And he's like, and like maybe like reaches into his like bag and has like some seasonings he just kind of adds in secretly on his own.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me a sleight of hand check about it then.
Let's see. 13.
13. Crane, what's your passive?
Passive perception?
Yeah.
12.
12. Crane, you do not see Cores add his own seasoning to the stew. Go ahead and roll. Cores, roll me a wisdom check here for the stew for adding those seasonings.
And then you add, so it's wisdom plus proficiency?
Yeah.
Okay. It's gonna be a 22.
22. Oh, so good. Oh yeah, this is bomb. It just was like it now. See, the thing was the elements were all there. You just needed to add a couple things just to kind of highlight it, to give a little bit of contrast. Oh, so good. And specifically, it was like something that went really well with Rabbit. You're like, oh, Rabbit, yeah, gotta add that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm not even gonna say anything.
Yeah, I was gonna say no, and
let them
everybody
find
thinks
out on their
that,
own.
yeah. Okay, Anion Crane, why don't you guys give another roll off here, if you want to play it again?
Yeah, definitely does. I would say it's pretty easy to notice that the longer we play, the more into it he's getting. And he kind of looks at you. He's like, "So, how about raising the stakes a little bit? Maybe 5, maybe more."
Nah, I'm pretty comfortable with 1.
Okay, better than nothing.
That's a 7.
Damn it! I got a 6.
Ah! Ah!
And yeah, he's being very spirited about specifically the exchange of money. The gambling is definitely enjoyable for him. Yeah.
Sweet. Good to know. I too like to gamble.
Stu finishes up. Y'all grab a bowl of it. Oh, it's so good. Damn good stew. Crane, you're like, dang, I make a damn good stew. This is bomb.
Banging.
Just kind of chuckling to myself over there.
Can I roll a perception check to see how good it smells?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
As I'm in my room drinking wine and eating pastries.
Yeah,
That's a 19.
yeah, it smells great.
I'm gonna stop playing music and then come out and get a bowl and give everyone kind of, hey, and then grab a few more pastries and then go back into my room.
After you give the hey, Anion immediately, would you care to join us for some merrymaking and exchange of money?
So I don't think that Cadence has really drank much around the people here. She's had like a thing of courage and, but hasn't been like drunk around people. But you can tell very much that like right now, pretty much probably the only thing she could do well is playing music, because that comes from like muscle memory and like a place of like heart versus like trying to do things. And she's just like, I'm good, and just like grabs her stuff and goes back to her room. You could tell that, or at least the people that have been with her for a little while can tell like something is definitely off. Like this is not the person that they've been with. Something's certainly bothering her.
Okay.
And then she just grabs more pastries and goes to her room.
Do you continue to play more music?
In another like 10 minutes or so after she eats some stew.
Is it still sad music?
It's sad like vibes, but it's just acoustic. Like, I mean, rather, sorry, that's a silly thing to say. It's just like instrumental. Like she's not singing. She's just kind of like,
Okay.
like strumming and just kind of. She's getting a little tired. She's gonna go to sleep soon since she has her belly very full.
Is wine and Slayer's cake drunk?
Yeah, and then rabbit stew, like it's that nice warm. It's gonna hit you, and she's gonna be probably mid-song. So.
Okay. Got it. All right. Any conversation back in the dining hall, or more gambling?
Well, I was probably actually gonna head up top and smoke a cigar before he calls it a night.
Okay.
Are you out loud saying that, or can I join you?
Yeah, dude. I'm going up to smoke. Anybody want to join?
Still have a puff, man.
Corey's just gonna head back to his room and just say thanks for the food, Crane.
Glad the stew was up to your standards, man.
It was fantastic.
We done good today, Kip.
Anion's going to join them. Yes, the stew is in fact good. I will not partake in what you are about to do, but I will join you.
So the three of you head up to the deck. You see Captain Larizondo is standing on the deck, and he has... It's almost like this weird, like, meditative stance that he's standing, and you see him kind of standing there, and every now and then you'll see him kind of move a hand at his side just a bit, and you can feel the ship shift a little bit as he does, and you can see just very slight movements of his that he's doing to move the ship. You see it's a very, very unique way of piloting things. There's no wheel here. All of the magical enchantments and kind of telepathic connections that have been built throughout this ship that him, Skizrak, and Anania use are all calculated very, very precisely. And you can see even just those slight movements are causing those changes. And up on top of the deck, it's just a beautiful sight. You guys went down early as the ship was rising, but there's been some time now, and so you're up in the air, and as you all get up, or as the three of you rather get up there, a sense of wonder strikes you. You're almost just awestruck as you see the sight. You come up to see the stars of the Taldore sky, just a beautiful, clear night. And you can see Katha bright up in the sky, just lighting up the deck of the ship. No torchlight needed here to be able to see what's going on. Rudis is currently waning, so you do not see it. But you can look down at the ground, and you don't see much on the ground, but you can see it moving quickly underneath you. And even as you travel off in the distance, what must be hundreds of miles away from where you're at, given your height in the sky, you can see just little bits of glow as you pass small villages or towns that have little lights, torch lights that you can see, like little beads of light that are still visible from up this high, but they just look like they are nothing up here. And you can feel the wind on your face up on the deck here. You are going at about 30 miles per hour, so it is there is some breeze, but there are kind of pockets also where if you're down, it kind of goes to where there's different levels on the top of the deck, and the main one is kind of sandwiched between two higher levels. So if you stay there, that would be the spot with the least amount of wind interference if the goal is to get some smoking done on the deck.
I kind of lean over to Crane, noticing the captain. Do you think we could pilot the ship with him? Like, if we move him, does it move the ship?
Like, while he's piloting the ship, you want to go move him?
I don't.
I'd probably ask him
to.
first, man.
It's more curiosity.
I know that captains are very particular about their ships.
So don't touch.
You'd have to ask him.
I will attempt to go over to him.
Okay, yeah, you walk up the kind of steps. It is a little bit of a tough walk for you to get up this ladder to the highest part of the ship where the captain is at. And he has his own kind of little deck area. And you see him on this circular platform. Now that you're closer, you see that on the platform there are small crystals that are kind of embedded into it and sticking out of it. And as he moves, they sort of light up a little bit. Whatever's going on, they're kind of connected to it. And this is a gnomish captain. He is very, very short in stature. So, Anion, compared to you, I mean, if you're 6'6", he's probably a good 3 to 4 feet shorter than you. And as you make your way up to the top of the stick area, his eyes are covered with this metal band, and you can see that there are two kind of gemstones where the eyes would be. But he, without looking your way as you come up, he says, hello. You must be the new member of the crew.
Yes. My name is Anion. I had questions. I've never been on something like this. I have questions. If you are not too busy.
Well, welcome to my ship, Anion. No, this is rather easy flight currently. Here I can. Well, you know what? We should probably keep up the speed, so I'm going to keep it on. Yeah, sorry, I'm not. I got to keep things going. I'm going to keep my band on, but you're free to ask me some questions.
Really, just one. For if anyone we don't like is on the ship, if you're piloting the ship and somebody moves you while you're piloting the ship, does that move the ship, or is that like all you?
Ah, I see. Well, not just moving me would move the ship, to answer that question. I have a telepathic connection with the ship. There are some kind of currents that run through the ship that Skizrak, Anania, and I are all kind of in tune with in our different ways. And it requires that connection. I am the pilot of the ship. If needed, Anania could step in. Skizrak is still working on training to do it. But if you were to step on or move me, the ship would not respond.
Good to know. That was my only question for now.
However, I will note that one of the specific responsibilities that the 6 of you would have would be making sure that if anybody gets onto the ship, they're not moving me off this platform. If I'm off it, I cannot pilot it, and it will move in whatever direction it is currently moving. Your job is to make sure that doesn't happen.
Good to know. With my stature, I don't think anyone will get past the ladder, at the very least.
Yeah, you could really just stand in front. I mean, if it's other flying things, you might have to, figure something out. But
anything with feet. Even if I die, my body will be in the way. It's fine.
Right. Well, good to have you on board, Anion. And
good to speak with you. And I head back to Crane.
As he walks off to go talk to him, can I have a conversation with Crane?
yeah, for sure.
I was like, is this guy, everything clicking with this guy?
Man, he seems a little off. I thought I could take more gold from him, but he got me in the first game.
Yeah,
I was a little worried.
Well,
I started questioning my sanity at that point.
He's an interesting Minotaur. I haven't really met few, but he's interesting.
He is interesting.
Yeah. You got your stogies?
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, let's
Pull
get
out
it
a little
going.
box, open it up. I've only got like 2 or 3 left in there, so I'm gonna have to get more Humperdinck. But
Oh shoot. Well, let me take half since I'm a small statured person. So.
oh yeah, sounds good, man.
Anion would join back up at that point.
I would position myself behind him, so he's also helping block the wind.
Okay.
What a guy.
And the second I notice that, I just take like the only like a hero stature, just trying to block as much wind as I can for him.
And then I'm gonna position myself behind Crane since I'm smaller.
Like a reverse domino to block the wind.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay, cool. Got it. Okay.
Does Anion carry like any weapons or anything on him?
The only weapon that, I mean, you see the grappling bracer that was given. The only actual weapon that he has on him is a great axe, positioned on his back. Yeah. Other than that, he doesn't even. It looks like he's more of a hands-on, horns-on kind of guy.
And while you guys are talking here, I'm gonna do a real quick bathroom break.
The great axe is pretty pristine, so it kind of looks very unused. That's more of a last resort. And he's going to look to you two, and so what is your brand of fighting, if I may ask?
Just gonna kind of hold up the musket. Say, I'm a pretty decent shot with this.
And you show him the musket, and he's just, it's a stick. What is it? What does it do?
It's not just a stick, man. And that's what I use to light my cigar, as I use the cantrip. Produce flame. As I start puffing on it out of my musket.
And that flame is how you fight?
Yeah, a little bit more than just the flame, but it's the stick.
Stick. I would be lying if I said I knew much about that.
Do I see like any, I guess if it's night, bats or anything flying through the air?
You roll a perception check.
Oh, yikes, 4.
4, yeah, way too high to see anything like bats. Birds that would be flying this high would be probably of the larger variety. With 4, you don't see much else, though.
Is there any large birds, I guess?
Mm-mm.
No.
Sorry, I said much else. You don't see much is what I should have said. Yeah.
Well, I guess. Well, no, because I don't want to hurt anybody down below. So I'm not just gonna shoot my musket off into the air.
I mean, with a 4, even with a 4, you're able to look down. It's mostly, forest and stuff beneath you.
Don't start a forest fire, please.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take a shot or anything. I'm just gonna use it to light my cigar, and then it's a flame producing stick.
He looks here. That is a very impressive flamey stick. I look forward to seeing what you do with it.
I look forward to seeing what you do with that great axe.
I do not use it often. Don't usually have to, but we'll see what the future holds. So, what about you? What is your trade in the fighting?
One would, I guess, call me holy. I guess. I mean, I got all this mithril armor and whatnot. I guess you can call me like a cleric of some sort. Yeah, and then kind of like unsheath my mace and be like, "Yep, this is the old trusty Macy here." And it, like, as I say that, it kind of like gives off a cool little like sunlight glow. And yeah, but I kind of, I guess take the brunt for the group. If that sort of makes sense.
That makes 2 of us. And for my sake, can you turn the glow off, or is it always shining like that?
Oh, I can turn it off at leisure.
Good. Anion's just kind of taking stock of everything, and though doesn't likes to prepare for like situations ahead of time. So gauging what can happen, what can't.
Okay. Any other conversation you guys want to have, or just heading back to the cabins for the night and heading on for the trip?
I'm just gonna probably call it a night if that's the conversation.
Yeah.
Fine.
Got it. All right, so you all head to sleep for the night. I need somebody to roll me a D20 for the first day of travel, first 24 hours of travel. See how well that goes.
I'll do it.
Okay.
That is a 19.
Ooh, 19, super good.
You guys are attacked by another Gloomstalker.
Yeah, that was the exact one. No, 19 is clear skies. With a 19, you actually make a little bit extra progress and cut about a third day off the travel. And so I would actually say, rather than third, just that full second half of a day, you catch a tailwind, and it will only be a 2-day trip instead of a 2.5-day trip. But anything anybody wanted to do on that day, for the sake of brevity, we can just move past it, so I'm not having you guys fill the days of all the time you're traveling on the ship. But I do want to offer the opportunity for anybody to flavor what your day is, if you want, or the next 2 days, or however you want to do it.
So I didn't catch the whole dining hall bit. Was there anywhere to actually make food, or is it just kind of what we have with us?
Yeah, no, there's like a little cooking fire. There's food that is more more perishable, that only lasts for a few days. That there's a little bit of that. There's more of stuff that lasts a little bit longer, and then you've also got like hardtack stuff as well. There's a full cupboard of Slayer's cake stuff that was promised to be stocked here. So there is that as well. There's a cooking fire. There is also an ice box for storage, just a magically enchanted ice box to create a really cold area to store things if you want to keep them there. So there's a lot of preservation that can be done in this room, as well as a lot of ingredients and materials.
Okay. Well, I guess the next day, if we're moving to that, Cores would go ahead and make a very simple breakfast, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, hit a wisdom check plus proficiency for cooking. We'll just call that a cooking check.
21.
It's super good. It's simple, but it's one of those simple meals. It's just like the foundations that are there, the basics are there, and it's great. Nice hearty breakfast. Okay.
Cadence will probably the next day, kind of, other than probably a mild hangover, be back to her relatively normal, bubbly, bardic self, and will be schmoozing and, talking to people about the things that they like, playing songs for them, and just kind of being her normal, gregarious self, and no more weird night crying, singing sessions. It seems like whatever was in her system has now since been purged, and she's good to go for who knows how long.
Okay. Now, when you say asking what people like, what context do you mean?
Just like she has found a lot of her ability to kind of schmooze and be with people is she likes to let people talk about themselves, and then she'll really find certain things that they can get along on, and then really over the top. I mean, kind of think about how she was with Iron Shade, and
for sure. I guess what I'm asking, is there a specific question, or it sounds like you're asking about specific conversation. If there's any chance for that to happen, I was just offering a spot for that.
No, just kind of finding a little ins to kind of almost have one of Cadence's things is especially, it seems, whether she's doing it intentionally or not, that people in some level of a position of power, if she has the opportunity to talk to them, they always end up walking away with a conversation with a little inside joke, or a little ha ha ha, or oh, we've got that thing in common, and just relatively shallow conversations, but she kind of seems to be able to do that with everybody pretty easily.
Customer service.
She's very charismatic. Yeah, customer service, but in a traveling bard kind of way.
I got it. Cool. Okay.
During the next day, Anion would be playing around with all the Zodiac items that he was given while not on the deck, as he's still a little hesitant of being on her ship.
Sure.
And when Cadence starts playing anything upbeat, Anion's gonna try and join in with this one.
Okay. Cadence, go ahead and roll a performance check just for general your songs during the day, and then Anion, go ahead and do one for jumping in to help them out.
19.
Very nice.
Ooh. I got a nat 20 plus 2.
Nice.
Yeah. Cadence, what instrument did you be playing?
probably kind of going back and forth. That might be part of the schmoozing as far as like, oh, if I'm talking to so and so and they're like, oh, yes, I love harp music. Well, I happen to have a harp. She's got a harp and I think a lute and a flute.
Okay. As Cadence is kind of playing these songs, you guys see Anion come over with his horn and get ready to play that. What's your horn look like, Anion? Is it just kind of a plain like horn that's been carved out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
So it looks
very
just
simplistic.
very basic. Yeah, it looks very basic. You guys kind of are like, what noise is going to come from this horn? And you see him go, and you expect just a cough, and it's just like, but it's just a very light, and it goes along with what Cadence is playing like very perfectly, and it is a great song. You're all kind of like, oh shit.
Nice.
Cool. Anybody else for this day of travel? Cool. Then let's have somebody else roll a d20 for the second day of travel. As you all, at this point, I would say, in the, let's see, how are you traveling here? I gotta make sure I'm describing the right things to you guys. It wouldn't have been very long during this day until you traveled to the water. It would have been actually last night that you started traveling over the ocean to get to Wildmount. And at this point, getting to the second day of travel, you guys would probably be seeing the Menagerie Coast in the distance with all of the large port towns dotting the coast. Who's going to roll that d20?
I guess I can.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys really don't want me to.
That's so what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
Oof.
Like Flynn knows.
Oofa doofy. That's a 9.
9? Okay.
We found out what he was looking for.
Let's see here. Get my notes. So, on a 9, travel is standard travel this day. You don't gain any extra travel. The tailwind as you get over land stops. But what you do see here is as you get closer to the Menagerie Coast, you see other airships. You start to fly, and the route that you're taking goes over a large port town based on its size. Those of you who are geographically minded know that it must be either Nicodranus or Port de Mali. But as you're flying over it, you see these other airships, and Captain Larzando very deftly is able to kind of keep a distance from them. But you see the design is very different from the Crimson Zodiac, and with that 9, what you see is over the course of the day after getting close to the Menagerie Coast, that some of the airships do get closer, just trying to kind of, you see that they're moving closer, and you see Captain Larzando at one point pull off a band and grab out this little telescope and look out over there, and just hear him kind of make a comment about prying eyes under his breath. But beyond that, you move past the Menagerie Coast and over towards Wildmount, and or rather, you're on Wildmount, but rather towards Hopperduke and the Dwendalian Empire. Let's see. Anything for anybody the second day?
I guess whenever Kors isn't making food and just kind of hanging out in the dining hall, he would be in his own room,
Okay.
digging into the book that he has.
Oh, okay. Got it. Let's get some reading in. Okay. Anything for anybody else, or just kind of same stuff, just killing time here on the ship?
Yeah, just kind of hanging out in my room, tinkering on Kip a little bit, seeing if there's any improvements I can make or anything.
I have made a bed, a tiny bed next to my bed, in full expectations.
Okay, got it. All right. Well then, if nobody has anything else, then you through this second night, you can all see you travel over a large mountain range that, once you get past it, dips down into a very large valley, very flat land here. And kind of the same as when you were over Taldore, just beautiful views over during the night here as you start to approach. And as dawn breaks onto the third day, you can see that the ship has started to descend a bit. And you look over and see an approach to another mountain range. This one's different. You have kind of, as you saw the mountain range, kind of came around the side of it and started turning in towards it. And what you see is a part of one of the mountains that has been carved into a flat shelf with a very large waterfall coming down onto that shelf from higher up on the mountain. And below that, a large city built around that shelf of the mountain. And at first there's concern. You look down to the city and see black smoke rising from this bottom layer of city. Billowing smoke that is enough that you're wondering if the town is on fire. But as you get closer and descend further down, you look and see that this smoke is coming out of large smokestacks in some places. In some cases, it's coming out of large fires or buildings that seem to have... you can see the heat coming out of the doors, even just from open doors that look to be venting off hot air. You see movement on the ground, bustling around this bottom area. And as you get closer, that kind of top shelf area looks very quiet. Not much movement up there, but down on the bottom, there is just a cacophony of noise and just machinery. You look around and see a very I don't want to say it looks run down, but this is metal and gearworks used here. You can see that there are cranes hanging off of the large shelf where it looks to be more residential housing, and those cranes are lifting up these large platforms with people and goods on them. In fact, I've got a little bit of art. Let me send some art here to the Discord real quick for what you guys see. Open up. And as you descend down into the skyport here, on the lower level of Hupperduke, you can see that even with the smoke above, or adding to the smoke above, there is soot and ash falling down in the sky here. There's so much being produced, so much industry here, that it literally rains down from the sky. Welcome to Hupperduke, Crimson Zodiac, and welcome to Wildmount. It's a little bit early, but I think this is a good spot to take a break because we're just getting into this town here. Let's do a 15-minute break, and we'll hop back in and start heading towards where you guys need to go to find these gnomes. We got, let's see, let's call it, we are at 2:49, so we'll say, what would 15 minutes be? 3:04 Pacific time, we'll come back. Yeah, let's take a quick break and we'll go back from there. Okay, here we go. Let's change it up a little bit here now that we're back in the Dwendalian Empire. Well, I guess not back in the Dwendalian. First time for this group in the Dwendalian Empire. However, you all... do we have everyone back here? It looks like everyone... And Cadence, you just connected, so you're good. You all pull into the skyship here, and as you as I should say, Captain Larzando brings it in and kind of it comes to sit on this airship dock here. You look to the right and can see that there are two other airships that are docked here, and actually, I'd say if you guys want to roll a history check, you can see if you know where they're from.
Uh, 14 for course.
Okay.
And that's for everyone?
Yeah, I can do group history check, or we can roll history
I got a
check.
10.
Okay, so.
13 for Cell.
Let's see here. 21.
21, nice.
I'm rolling good now, which means I'm gonna roll like shit when we go into combat.
Anion, how about you? What about a history check for you?
Sorry, I pushed the wrong thing. I got an 18.
18, okay, got it. Well, I would say, Cadence, your time on the high seas and spending your time traveling in your various positions that you have, you do recognize these both as airships from Marquette.
Are they specific ships that I recognize? Or just I recognize their design and
You just
symbols?
recognize their design, yeah, not specific ships that you recognize.
Okay. Cadence also, after seeing all of the ash fall from the sky, is going to put her scarf over her face to kind of prevent breathing in a bunch of that.
Got it.
Yeah, I would say too for Cell, like seeing all the ash, soot, and smog and stuff. You just know you can tell he's like really, really uneasy.
Okay. Got it. All right. Well, as the ship comes to a stop, you all see Captain Larzando take off the metal band from his eyes and put it away. You see him go down. It looks like he's got a small little panel that he lifts up. Has a little staircase that he goes down to a quarters for himself. After about 2 or 3 minutes, he comes out. He's still wearing the same gear underneath, but it looks like he has a black coat over it now, and is walking towards the stairs to get off as they are put up against the ship by a couple of gnomes who are on the dock there. And even here on the airship, you can see a lot of hustle and bustle. There's probably just in this area 6 or 7 different gnomes who are doing different tasks, either cleaning off the airships, loading stuff in, taking stuff off of the ships. But the hustle and bustle here is you can feel the intensity of everybody's work and how into it they are. They're very focused on that work. But the ladder is put up. Captain Larzando looks to all of you and says, I've got some family and friends here I'd like to spend some time with. I'll be back on the ship this evening. It's about morning right now. It says, I'll be back on the ship this evening. If we need to leave before that, you can get on the ship and let Anania know, and she will send me a message that we need to leave sooner, and I'll head back.
Sounds good.
Best of luck. And party starts when the shifts end. You'll hear the steam whistles across town. Get ready for it.
Larzando.
Yes.
These gnomes that we're after, do you happen to know where they reside? I think that's probably a question that we did not really get from Percival.
Yes, absolutely. This is my hometown. I decided to come to Whitestone to stay with the Zodiac. Huberduke is my is my stomping grounds. Yeah. Percy didn't need to let us know where things were. I can let you know. He actually pulls out a map and hands it over to the group. And actually, I can post the map too. This is a map for the lower tiers here. But you'll need to go find. They call it the Tinker, Sample, and Squiggle Workshop, and you can find them on the north edge of town, up above the Suit Swallow Lodge.
Okay, thank you so much, Larzando. Enjoy your trip.
Thank you. If we're around for this evening's festivities, then I recommend the Blushing Tankard.
Do you happen to know any shops, gear, any magical items, stuff like that?
Man, first 5 minutes in Newtown. Hey, where's the magic shop?
Hey.
He goes, yeah, of course. Let's see here. Actually, one of the best spots might be to go talk to those three. They've got quite a bit of, not mostly mechanical, but they do have some enchantments that they do there as well. Never been smithy. They might have some magical weapons. They deal mostly in regular weapons, but you might find something there. It's probably going to be your best bet. You could also go, if you're looking for more components, there is the Lay of the Land Herbalist. Zendasa runs that one. Very friendly.
Cool. Anywhere where one would get spells, scrolls, stuff like that, books.
Give me a second here for that. Gnomes are super magical. Yeah, magical items, scrolls, things like that. You want to be looking at the Pygmy Forest.
Pygmy Force. Sounds good. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Also, while we're standing here, I kind of wanted to just like look around and see if there's anybody who seems a little bit interested by our arrival.
Go ahead and roll a perception check.
Oh, that is a natural 20
Nice.
for a 27 total.
Whoa. Oh, shit. I would say that you can tell that there were the couple of gnomes who came over and put the ladder up to the deck. They were about the ones who were paying the most attention to you. I mean, it's a little bit surprising, really, how just focused in on their job that they are. I would say you do catch maybe a glance or two.
Okay.
But that is about it. You do see that Anania comes down off of the ship and at that point goes off and like grabs someone to talk to. And it looks like they're kind of discussing some things. You can see her passing some coin to him. But that's about it. I would say that you can see outside. There's kind of an open door here at the port. It's like a tall curved door at the top. It's open currently, with the doors just kind of flush against the walls outside. And you can see outside there are both gnomes and carts moving past at a breakneck speed. You can see that there is a controlled chaos here. With that, I'd say with that perception check, you feel the controlled chaos And as you look outside, you can see down a couple of streets as well. And that is just the vibe, is that everybody is doing their work, and that's what they're focused on. There's not much looking to others. Even with your odd makeup, a couple glances is really all that you see.
Okay.
Cadence looks at the group and she says, I don't know about you all, but I personally would like to start these negotiations with the gnomes as quickly as possible in case it takes us longer than expected.
I agree.
Yeah.
I would also like to stop at maybe a tobacco shop, I believe.
Fantastic. That sounds like a great plan after.
Yes.
I want to look at the captain. Is there anything outsiders should be weary of in this town?
Oh, well, he kind of looks up at you. Don't step on anyone. That's probably a big one. It's keep your coin purses close, especially during the party times. There is kind of a general, well, you got me vibe to it. If somebody steals from you, thievery is a little bit of an art form for those who do it here. I mean, most gnomes have some sort of latent magic that they can do, so everybody has a little bit of magic here. It's not just gnomes; it's mostly gnomes, vast majority. Not that I can think of, not anything that you guys wouldn't already know about. General stuff about being in a city, anyways.
Very good. I will watch my step.
Yeah. This is Lower Hupperduke. This is where all the industry is. The upper shelf, though, that's where all the houses, all the taverns, all the inns, and it's where all the partying happens. Long days here, 12-hour days, but once you hear the steam vents or the steam horns, things get a little wild.
And so that upper shelf, that'd be where we find the shop we're looking for?
Lower shelf for the workshop, yeah.
Okay.
They're still here on the lower shelf. That's most people work down on the lower shelf, and it's practically empty during the day up there.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm ready to head out.
I am too.
Okay. You guys start heading through the lower shelf of Hupperduke, dodging the quick-moving gnomes and their carts as they pass through the city here. You do see some odd creatures that are running the carts. Basically, looks like a mix of axe beaks and small bears for the most part. The axe beaks are actually doing a little bit larger but faster cart, and the bears are doing what looks like to be the heavier loads, albeit at a little bit slower pace. And as you kind of move through here, you all are, for those of you who've covered your mouth, you're kind of avoiding it, but there's a little bit of inhalation of smoke and ash, and you have to kind of cough a little bit as you're going through. Although you don't see any of the gnomes doing it, it seems most people here are adapted to the smoky air down on the lower shelf. But as you do, you see a couple of guard that are walking. They seem to be human, not gnome, and they are kind of wearing crimson and gold colors. And they are the only guards you see at that point. But as you travel through, you do see some gnomes that look like they kind of have a guard vibe about them, that are wearing different colors than those two guards that you had seen previously. But I would say after about 20 minutes, you make your way to the Tinker, Zample, and Squiggle workshop. And you see that it is a pretty modest building overall. It looks to be 2 stories tall, and it is pretty long. It looks like probably about 200 feet long or so, and about 40 feet wide. It goes back quite a ways back, and over the door is the name of the workshop with a gear on each side of the name, kind of in a arched sign made in brass over that. And inside, you can see there is a little bit of hustle and bustle through the windows, but there is a set of double doors that you can walk through to go in if you would like.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk in. Does it look like they're working on anything in particular?
When you first walk in, the first thing you see there is like a kind of it's a small like desk area. She's not sitting, but there is somebody who is standing behind this desk. Super small, it's gnome-sized desk, but she looks up at the 5 of you as you walk in, and she kind of has a look on her face that's a little bit hard to tell, but you can sense there may be a little bit of recognition in her face. She says, "Hi, welcome to the Tinker's Ample and Squiggle Workshop. Anything you need today? We're kind of booked up on commissions currently for the Starosta."
Well, actually, we're here to see Thelric, Clef, and Dathina.
I'm Defina.
Oh. Did you get a call or a message perchance by Lord Dorolo?
I did. And as I explained to Lord Dorolo, we here are working on our line of automatons for protection and scouting to help deal with the problems we are having in Humberduke. We are not able to currently travel the Whitestone, no matter how much gold he offers us. We have plenty of gold here, and we are a fastly growing business. Appreciate the offer, but I'll have to politely decline.
Hold out the box that he gave us to give to them.
And she just kind of looks and does not move to come closer or take it or anything. As I said. And she just looks at it. Okay, she looks at it and says, "That is a very generous amount of that." And she looks around to see if anybody else is looking at you do that. "Can you please close that?" And she walks over and kind of takes it out of your hand and says, No, and just gives it back. "Here, we do not need this. This is far more. No. We have things we need to do, and we need to be in Humberduke to do them. I appreciate it. If you'd like to stay around, in about 6 months or so, we should be done with our commission for the automaton line and can head to Whitestone."
What are these problems that you're facing?
Other odd, savage short folk have been a bit hard to deal with. What's up here? She's up in the Silverquell Ridge, or well, I should say, rather, from beneath the Silverquell Ridges. We've been dealing with rather capable kobolds. They've been coming out, many of them with the ability to fly, have been attacking the Citizens' Watch patrols outside of town. And we've had gnomes go missing from their homes off the upper shelf. We've been asked to help design automatons that people can keep in their homes for safety, as well as ones that we can send out to protect the outer edges of the city from anything that might be encroaching on Humberduke.
And how long has this been happening?
About 3 months now. It's been getting worse in the last couple of weeks. It's odd. We know that they must have been helped by something. They wield magics that they shouldn't have on their own. We don't know exactly what's going on, but with all of the hubbub up in the Zebney Fields right now, we haven't had much attention from Rexentrum coming our way.
And do they seem to have any increased intelligence as well, or just these new wings.
Maybe some of them. There are some that seem to have more magical abilities, at least. And some of them, like you said, they have. I'm not sure if it's items that they have or an ability that they're graded. Some of them do have wings, but some of them can fly even without.
And if we were able to help you with this problem, perhaps where your automatons could be put on hold or made obsolete altogether for this particular purpose, I'm sure it's a very high quality. Would you then be able to come with us to Whitestone? It's a dire matter.
That's there's plenty of things that these automatons could do. I mean, we've still got a lot. And she's just like starts looking through some paperwork. Yeah, I think that's a question that all three of us would have to answer together. Come on, I'll lead you back. And she kind of begrudgingly gets out of her chair and takes you back and leads you past. It's not like a full. This isn't its own room, but there is kind of a wall that separates what is more of a factory area. And as you start to move now back into the beyond just the front area of this building, you see sparks flying. That's one of the big things. You feel heat and see sparks flying as you look out, and you see. At first, it almost looks like pieces of armor being assembled over nothing. But you can see that there are different gears and wires that are carefully being placed. It is a team in here of about 30 to 40 gnomes, quite a few in different assembly line style construction, putting together these automatons. It's very, actually, a bit of an impressive sight. It's not something that you've seen on this level. The tinkering that you know of is mostly done by Percy himself rather than a team this big. So it is a very interesting sight to see. But she continues to lead you back through this factory here to a door, a little bit small. Anion and Cores would both have to duck to get into it. But she knocks on the door and it's Stefina. We've got to deal with the Percy problem. Sorry, we've got to deal with Lord DeRolo. She kind of says, looking at the five of you.
I'd look at her and I'd say, don't worry, no need for niceties here.
Yeah, right. And you hear from inside, God damn it. All right, come in. And the doors open, and you can see that there are 3 desks in here. It looks like one of them is probably Defina's as well. But you see 2 gnomes. One is a little bit older. Off to the right, has some gray hair, a bit of a twirled mustache, some glasses, kind of down at the bottom of his nose. One a little bit younger on the left side as well. And they both have respectfully kind of stood up and are just kind of looking to all to greet. Hello, and the older one speaks first. Hello, and welcome to our workshop. You must be the crew of the Crimson Zodiac.
There we are.
The older one kind of adjusts his glasses a little higher. How's she flying?
Not too bad. Made it here in 2 days.
2 days? From Whitestone?
From Whitestone.
Yeah, you did such a good job with that. All right, yeah. Well, it seems if you've made it past Defina, you have something more to offer than just a trip to Whitestone. And a ship full of gold. I must admit, that's a bit tempting, but my name's Clive. This is Felric. You've already met Defina. What can we do for you?
I suppose we have a proposal for you. And then I'll look to whoever it was that just started talking so they could finish talking.
What I was going to say is, honestly, it sounds like it's more of what we can do for you.
I assume you've heard of our problems then? Missing gnomes and attacks by kobolds who are far stronger than they should be.
Is it just those 3 in here?
Correct. Those 3 and you guys.
I open the box again.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion check as you do. I'll actually say roll with advantage because you just opened a box of refined.
It's a good thing I had them. That first one was not good. Persuasion. It's a 16.
16, okay. With the 16, I would say Felric, the younger of the male gnomes, is the one to speak here. A gift from Lord Dorolo.
Indeed. We were informed to give this to you as part of the discussion.
And him and Clef kind of lock eyes, and they do the same with Defina. And Felric kind of looks to him for approval, and Clef says, "Well, no harm in accepting a gift, I'd think."
It is conditional on you coming to Whitestone with us, of course.
So payment, not a gift.
Well, I suppose the gold could be considered payment. There's just a little icing on the top, if you will.
Well, as it turns out, our automaton design uses refined residuum, and our stores were getting rather low anyways. Perhaps we call this a gift to get us started, and to offer as something to tell the Starosta that we are both continuing our automaton production as well as adding a elite crew from Whitestone to address this issue. And if everything works out and we get approval from all the departments needed, then perhaps we can aid with what you need. Perhaps you could tell us. Lord Dorolo was a bit withholding on information about what he needed help with. Simply that he needed to identify some Gearworks. I would think that was well within Lord Percival's abilities, and not sure why he would need our help.
I mean,
Clearly
I think
Dang it. Sorry, go ahead. I'm the worst.
good. I think if anything, that should tell you that how highly he values your skills. If something that would seem very mundane to him requires outside help.
Go ahead and give me another persuasion check here, with advantage still. It's the residual advantage.
Just keep opening the box. In front of me. I rolled 2 7s, so that is a 10 total.
A 10 total. Okay, got it. Gnomes aren't very interested in flattery. We're more interested in plans. Our plan right now is to make these automatons. And if the need for those automatons disappears, then our need to make them goes away. If you'd like to speak to somebody about figuring out how to stop that problem, you're welcome to it.
Question. If your need for the automatons goes away, what happens to them?
They will still be property of Haberduke and thus the Dwendalian Empire. And I guess at the highest levels of the Empire, then King Dwendal decides what happens with them. Although I doubt he would take specific attention on these. It's more likely that the Starosta will decide what happens to them.
And so possibly if the Starosta is told that this brave group of adventurers from Whitestone came and addressed the problem, he might get a fair discount, you say, on some of these, or on one of them?
I mean, the Starosta wouldn't be selling them. She would just be deciding what happened with them. They're commissioned. She's the one buying them. I don't know if she'd want to resell them. If we were making them as a separate commission, then we could talk about a discount in that situation. But I think that's a little bit separate from this discussion.
For now, thank you.
Is there any chance we could find someone to take over for you? Instead, I happen to know someone who seems to like to tinker with the doodads. Side eyes, Crane.
Yeah, I appreciate the offer. However, there is very specific designs that are quite advanced, and we would need to be here ourselves to make sure that our crew is correctly using those designs, and there's quite a bit of auditing and technical supervision. It would take more than just one person, for sure.
Certainly. Well, then Cadence looks at the group. Sounds like we might be working to address this kobold problem. What say you all?
Where would we find the Starossa?
Great question. Let's see here. Lately, she's been spending a lot of time up at the Silver Falls Grove. There's a bit of a park up on the upper shelf, and she's been going there to spend her days working up there. Says the fresh air helps her feel a little less claustrophobic.
What is the Starossa's name?
Oh yeah, Astros's name is. Get this one up. There we go. Astarossa Emma Zezbach. Been the ruler here for 2 centuries. Before we were part of the Empire, she was still our leader. She's been very effective. She's very good at what she does. And I think people see her strain and her mourning those who've been lost.
To that point, what can you tell us about those who have been lost?
Taken from their homes, reported missing from their workplaces.
And these are all good people?
Oh, of course. Upstanding gnomes who work hard and play harder. Not just workers either. Families. There's been children who've gone missing as well. Given that kobolds are involved, we're afraid that they're taking them for food as their numbers grow.
Look at him. Is there any information that you may be keeping from us for whatever reason?
I have a lot of information I haven't told you that I know. Our work is on automatons. I don't have anything to withhold, but if you'd like to know everything I know, we'll need a little bit more time than that.
I meant, as far as your problem, everything else would not be useful in my brain.
I see. I think one of the most recent reports was there was a set of kobolds riding small drakes flying in the skies, harassing one of the ships that came in.
If we were to capture one of them, would you be able to make devices to allow us to fly?
Fly in what way? There's magical spells that allow flight. There's ships. How do you mean?
However they're flying.
Riding a drake? I'm not a drake trainer, but...
you said some of them have wings, some of them don't, but not all of them are riding drakes, but they're still flying.
Perhaps. If we find out what method they're using, then we might be able to replicate it. It could be as simple as the fly spell.
I will bring one to you.
Fantastic. We'll see what we can do then. Listen, I don't mean to be pushy here, but we've got a lot of work, and with all due respect, we told your boss no days ago, and he sent you anyways. If you'd like to help out, then that's great, but we have to consider the problem as being still here and not taken care of. If you've got updates for us and that changes, then we'll be happy to talk again.
Well, appreciate your time, and I will head out.
Before you guys head out, Felric kind of looks, kind of puts his hand out for the box of residuum from Enion.
Look around. Am I giving it to him now? We waiting? What's happening?
Cadence will message to Anion and say, I think we should hold on to that for now. I'm sure that they're good for their word, but just to remember to remind them what's incentivizing them.
Not knowing how to explain that, he closes the box and walks away.
Okay, got it. And Dafina stays in the room to talk to the three of them. And as the three of you make your way outside, you stand here at the northern end of the lower tier of Hupperduke. I would say now we're mid-morning-ish of the time we spent here. What would y'all like to do at this point?
I'm going to make my way toward the Silver Falls Grove.
Okay.
Are any of the shops on the way there?
I would say so, yeah. So to get to Silver Falls Grove, you'd have to go up to the big lifts that take you up to the upper tier where those Silver Falls are. So yeah, I'd say shops would be on the way. Let's see. Is the whole group doing this? We're just all going to hit the shops and then go up to the falls?
I will follow them, but I am keeping a very watchful eye on the sky for any kobolds flying.
Okay, got it.
Hmm.
Crane's just kind of moseying around in awe of all the different things being worked on and the different workshops and all that.
And there is such an ambient noise of gears moving, just you hear just ticking and movement and grinding of gears throughout the whole of this lower tier. It is a kind of mishmash of noises that is almost kind of like a white noise that is very, very soothing to you, Crane. Absolutely. But you guys find the Pygmy Forest first. It is a small. So the rest of Hupperduke and all of these buildings are very industrious looking. This one does have a little bit of natural flair to it. It has a more rounded roof than the rest. It doesn't seem to have any gadgets or gearworks or anything as a part of it here. It looks more just a modest clay building, not like rounded too much like a hut, but there are a lot of rounded edges instead of sharp corners like everywhere else you'd see in the city. Above it is a sign hanging off that says the Pygmy Forest and has two trees with Katha and Ruidus in the center above the name of the shop. You guys head in. Very nice smelling shop. It's almost like walking into a garden that is just a very unique garden. There's all kinds of different smells. You can tell that different spell components. The fragrance of them hits your nose as you walk in, and you see and Cores and Anion. Most buildings you're going to have to duck to get in through the door here, but you come in and there are a couple wands behind the counter, very small counter, but a couple wands behind the counter, a rod as well, and then you do see kind of off to the left on the counter is on the thing on the counter there is a kind of A-frame stand with little pegs on them, and on those pegs have little scrolls sitting there. And, under the counter on some shelves, there are some potions as well. You see behind the counter there is a blonde gnome woman. She has kind of like three small braids that connect behind her down to one long one. It has nice clothing. It is definitely wizard robe variety clothing. She's not holding it, but you can see that there's a staff that is leaning against the wall behind the counter. She does have a friendly look on her face as you all walk in, and says, "Well, I don't see many tall folks around here. What brings you into the Pygmy Forest? What magical wares can I sell you today?"
Just looking to expand my skills, I guess, if there's anything that kind of catches my eye.
Are you a student of the arcane?
I have some talent in it. I'm just trying to build upon that. Haven't been trained like formally, I guess.
So you're looking for more of the basic variety then?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, we've got a few things. Is there a specific school of magic you're looking to learn a bit more in?
Not particularly, no. Just kind of seeing what you have.
You seem like you're real green when it comes to spellcasting.
I am.
For some of the more basics, we've got, let's see here. We've got your standard magic missile. We've got your mage armor. Always got to pay that wizard tax. We've got identify. We've got floating disc and find familiar, as well as false life if you'd like a little bit of necromancy. It really depends on what you're looking for. We've got quite a bit of the basic variety.
Let's see. How much do these go for?
Sell them for 60 gold pieces each.
Okay. And were these all first level, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Okay.
Because we've got more if you're looking for something more advanced. Figured I'd focus on the more basics so you could work up to those.
Might be interested in Find Familiar.
You can summon a little friend from the Feywild or of the more celestial or abyssal variety. Depends on what flavor you like. But yes, we can absolutely do that.
Okay. And I assume you have components that would be needed as well.
Aye, we do. I'd be able to give you a discount. 8 gold pieces worth of incense will get you 10 actual, so you can cast it for the first time and get your new friend involved.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
All right, it'll be 68 gold then.
Right.
And one of you is not like the other. What about you, little short one? Anything I can get for you? She kind of gives you a little wink.
Two.
You?
To you.
Oh, to me.
You're the little one.
This is one of you is
Yeah,
not like the other. That's you. I guess that's
obviously,
technically
Cell-
all of you, but she was referring to the shortness.
Cell will be just, like shocked that she noticed him. No, I'm not really into those wizardry stuff. But yeah, just looking around.
No,
So like
okay.
he's, and the rest of the group can kind of tell that like Cell is completely like just acting completely different once we like landed. So he's definitely like not super nervous, but like just kind of like on edge and jumpy and whatnot.
Because if you need something to calm your nerves, at the end of the night, once Carpe Noctis starts, there's a nighttime drink that most of us drink called Fuse. It's a strong liquor, but it's got some herbs in them that give you a little bit of a kick. Get you fixed up right away.
Okay. And was that Fuse, like Fuse?
Fuse, F-U-S-E, yeah.
All right,
Like
perfect.
straight up like energy name drink in Exandria.
Oh, heck yeah. Yeah, do you have that on you, or just at the bar?
Well,
I'm
none for
assuming?
sale. I do have some in the back, but my own stock.
Oh, gotcha. All right, well, appreciate it. Thank you.
As well, here is your Find Familiar scroll, as well as the 10 gold worth of incense for 8. That'll be, she gets the 68 gold pieces from you. Anything for anybody else? Healing potions. We've got spell components of all kinds of varieties, not just for wizards. We've got, for the non-discriminating spellcaster, we've got others as well.
No, ma'am, for me, thank you.
Do you have anything of the magical item variety?
Let me see here. We do. We've got a couple wands here. We've got a wand of entangle and a wand of secrets. Each of those go. Wand of entangle, that one's going to be 350 gold pieces. The wand of secrets is going to be 275. And then I do have as well. We have 500 gold pieces. We have an immovable rod. And we also have a ring of protection. That one's a bit pricier. That one's going to be 1,100 gold pieces.
Well, as I don't want to waste your time, the first thing you said is out of my price range. So, no, I'm good.
Well, if you make some money while you're here, feel free to come back. All right. Anything anybody else wants to do in here, or are you heading? Where are you heading from here?
Oh, out of curiosity, what's the animal situation look like in that town?
You haven't seen much. The ones you have seen are those small bears that they use for the carts for heavier items, and then axe speaks as well for carts that are trying to move faster. Not a lot of horses because horses aren't really gnome sized. So there's not a ton of animals that you've seen, especially with the smoke and soot everywhere in this lower tier. There's not a lot of you don't see a lot of trees or anything. This is very industrial, very gearworky. So in this particular area, the types of animals you're going to see are more rodents, rats, stuff that kind of can thrive in those settings. Maybe some very basic birds, maybe some pigeon type birds that you'd see in a city that can eat off crumbs and live off of slime off of the ground, like those animals can do, that kind of stuff. So not a ton right here actually in this lower tier part of the city. Might be more. I mean, outside of the city, it looks very green and lush. It's not a desolate area or anything, but there's a bunch of smoke in the sky and soot falling with it. So not a lot right here in the city. I would say the one with the rodents as part of it, you did see a couple of cats roaming the streets. As you could tell that they were, likely rodent control type of cats.
Hmm. If I see any cats from here on, expect me to try and pet them.
You can go ahead and roll a perception check.
Hell yeah. 13.
You see, with a 13, you see him darting off into an alley, but you're not actually close enough. You don't see any that are close enough to pet yet.
Got it.
Okay, what's everybody doing?
Look at them, and well, if we are done with our personal business, are we ready to move on to the problem at hand?
Did anybody else have any shopping they wanted to do?
Oh,
I'm gonna wait to do my shopping for when the party starts. That's where you can find good stuff.
Are they going to be working when the party starts?
I'm sure somebody's got to be working.
I would hope so. Good question.
I would say from what you've heard so far, the work is done on the lower tier and the partying is done on the upper tier, with all the taverns and inns being on the upper tier. So presumably the taverns and inns and those things are
when the bell goes off, that's when they open.
Yeah, exactly. 12-hour days and 12-hour parties. Cycles from there.
Wow.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to go now.
Okay, got it. So you guys heading up to the Silver Falls Ridge then? Or Silver Falls Grove?
Yes, sir.
Got it. All right. So As you guys move through the city here now, I'm actually going to give you well, I'm not going to do that one quite yet. You move towards where you see the big lifts. There are, overall, there's 4 or 5 of them that take people up to the upper shelf. But as you walk through the city, you just kind of spot the closest one and start walking towards it. And as you do, you're heading through the Hupperduke streets, and you're kind of just surprised. The chaos does not stop. There's obviously a rhyme and reason to it, but it just feels like everybody is always moving at a pace where they can't even look around to see what's happening around them, just enough to make sure that they're not going to hit something, and that is about it. But as you pass through here, you do get to a point where you see very large doors, probably at least 20 feet wide, and attached to a building that is very imposing, quite large. It doesn't look like this is a factory, and you do see probably about 20 guards in front of it. There are mostly what you now know is probably the Citizens Watch, the guards who aren't in more official colors or wearing the crimson and gold that you saw walking around. But as you pass that, another few minutes, and you get to one of the lifts, and you have to wait a couple minutes for it to come back down. It was at the top, and it gets down, and kind of you see there's a gnome operating at the bottom of it. And mostly gnomes step off. I would say there's not very many of them, though. Probably 4 gnomes and a dwarf, actually, who steps off of the lift. There are you, the group of the 5 of you, as well as 2 other gnomes who step on. No money is asked for. Seems like this is a no toll to get up here. And the gnome kind of pulls back a big lever, and you all lurch, kind of, and then you just hear as it starts to slowly move you up to the upper shelf. It takes a few minutes, but it gets you up there, and it kind of comes to a stop at the top. And a similar attendant as was at the bottom opens the little gate there. You all step off, and now that you're up here, just a beautiful view of the Marrow Valley from this upper shelf. You can see that up on the upper shelf, you're free from the soot and smoke. Cell, you can breathe here a little bit better. You can see it, and it kind of, well, maybe if a breeze comes, you'll get a little bit of the soot and ash. But it is an escape already from the production that is happening down on the lower shelf. And where you're at here, you see mostly residential buildings. There are streets. It is like a town up here as well. You do still have a little traveling of this upper area to go through to get to the Silver Falls Grove. But you walk through, and the difference here is it's just quiet. It's just quiet. The chaos is down there, and you can still hear it as you first start, but every 10, 20, 30 feet, the cacophony stays in the background, and you kind of leave it behind, walking through this more serene part of town. And you do see some people walking, and you do see buildings as you walk by that are more familiar to the city style that you're used to. You see, as you pass by it, you do see the Blushing Tankard Inn. And but keep passing these buildings on the way to the Silver Falls Grove. And let me bring that up here. Nope, up there. There we go. And as you finally break past where the buildings end, the thing that catches your attention is not the view of the Marrow Valley, but instead it is the massive waterfalls that are cascading down from the top of the mountain. And you can see now, once you're past the buildings, that they come down, that the waterfalls come down into a large lake, and you see columns of steam rising up from the lake. Besides the waterfall, you do see kind of a steam engine type mechanism built into the surrounding rock, and it seems that they use this lake for different, whatever the city might need. You can tell that there are pipes that are moving this water to other places, and as the waterfalls feed it, then Hupperduke takes it and uses it for all of the production down in the lower tier. But even with those mechanical things, there is a bit of serenity up here. And you can see around the edge of the lake, probably about, I would say about 600 feet away at this point, a gnome who has, looks like 4 guard around her. There are 2 of the human guards wearing the crimson and gold, and 2 of the, they look like they're similar to the Citizens Watch, but they're outfitted a little better than the ones you've seen so far. But you assume this must be the Strosta.
I tip my head to her.
Okay. As you all head that way, you see that the 2 guards wearing red and gold, they start to move your way. It's pretty flat up here, so they can see you coming from a ways away, and they move forward probably about 60 feet up from where the Stros is at, and meet you there. And you can see that they have on them, they're wearing very nice armor. They actually have crimson cloaks as well, and they have on them, let me get this up here, a crest on it that on their chest that has an owl with outspread wings in red above 2 pieces of wheat that are crossed with a crown in front of that. I would say most of you would be able to recognize that as the crest of the Dwendalian Empire. And they looked all of you and says, this is currently the Silver Falls Grove. This area is currently set aside for the Strosta to do her work. I'll ask you to stay over to this side of the lake, please.
But our business is with her.
Oh, the Strosta is not taking appointments currently. You can go down to her office and make an appointment if you'd like.
We are part of a guard that is here to help with addressing the kobold problem that Happerduke is experiencing.
Interesting. We didn't hear about any guard being sent. Go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
Okay. Sorry, I'm going to load my screen. I will roll first. Okay, that is a 17 plus 7, so 24.
Thank
They look at each other and kind of, just a moment, please. And they go, and you see them exchanging some words for a moment with the Strosta. They walk back over. The Strosta will see you, but you need to keep it short. We've got a lot going on right now.
Walk on up.
What was that?
Said we walk on up.
Oh, walk on up. I got it.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. And as you do, you see the Strosta here, and she is wearing a very nice outfit. It looks to be a bit recreational. It's not like super formal, but it is looks to be a little bit more for like being outside. She's wearing some pants and a nice shirt with a coat over it, and she has black hair. And is got a quill in her hand. You can see that there's a little table that's been set up for her. One of the guard must have brought it up. But she's got a quill in her hand. She's writing on the scroll. And as you get closer, she rolls up the scroll that she is working on and kind of flattens it down. You see her grab some wax that's sitting over a small candle on the desk, pours it on there, and with her ring kind of stamps it down. And moves it over to a box that's at the side of the desk, and kind of crosses her hands over the desk as you all approach, and says, "Greetings, welcome to Happerduke. My name is Emma Zesbach. I have been the ruler here for 2 centuries. What is it that Starosta... I should ask, what is it that you're here to offer, Hupperduke?
We have a
Of course, you want to
problem.
take this one?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just telling someone else to do it. Damn it, I'm the worst.
We were told to keep it short. We have a problem. You have a problem. Our problem can be solved by fixing your problem. We're here to help.
Which problem do you speak of?
Kidnapping.
Ah, I see. And what do you intend to do to help?
Stop it.
And how do you intend to stop it?
Probably violence.
Understood. Well, I'm not sure if you've heard, we have plenty of Crown's Guard and Citizen Watch stationed here. We are also working on a line of automatons to help protect us. So we will be solving it with violence as best we can. And we are short in stature, but fierce in opposition to those who would harm us.
I tried.
Well, don't let our presence here mean any sort of indication that we think that you cannot do this. Clearly, if you've been ruling for 2 centuries now, you must be good at what you do and you truly care about your people. However, we are in need of some assistance from those who are constructing your automatons, and as they are loyal to you and to your home, they are not able to go unless this problem is dealt with. And so, per our own orders of having them help us, we must do what we can to try to make it possible for them to come back with us.
I see. And where do you hail from?
We came from Whitestone.
From Whitestone. Understood. Let's have Anion and Cadence both roll persuasion checks.
Out of curiosity, I should have asked this before. How big is the box?
The box of residuum?
Yeah.
Not
How
super
big?
big. I mean, we're talking probably like 8 inches by 6 inches. Not super big.
Oh, okay, cool. I can carry it around with me.
Yeah.
As Kate was the one that told me not to give it to him before, I'm kind of looking at her and looking at the box. Not saying it, but like, what?
I just kind of hold my hand down up for a second. I actually, no joke, rolled a nat 20, and then I have +7.
Very
Oh,
nice.
God, I rolled pretty well, too.
Nice.
What was yours, Anion?
I rolled a 19.
19. Got it. Listen. Anybody who wants to help here can. I'm not going to stop you from helping if that's what you want to do. We've got our methods that we're trying. We need to send out a few groups to areas that our Citizens Watch patrols have been attacked, and really what we need is to find out where these kobolds are coming from and why they're attacking us.
Certainly.
I'm desperate for answers and desperate for help, and getting a bit of context certainly helps to understand why you're here. This has been my home and my responsibility for a long time. Every person lost weighs on me. You must be the ones who came in on the Crimson Zodiac, then?
We were.
Perhaps a twofold approach. If an offer is given of protection, we found that a small number of kobolds have not just taken to the skies at a low altitude on their own means, but a higher altitude riding small drakes. Perhaps the Crimson Zodiac can provide a bit of air cover while you're here and investigating the issue with the kobolds.
That certainly sounds like something we could present to the captain. This is his home, as I'm sure you well know, and so I'm sure he'd be happy to do what he can.
You see kind of an interesting look on her face at this point. Cadence, what's your passive insight?
That's a good question. Did they have a fling? They definitely fucked. Let's see here. Shoot. Passive insight is 11.
11. Okay. It's kind of hard to tell what it is. You do see she has a weird look on her face, but
They
a bit
definitely
tough to tell
fucked.
with.
Cadence, at least that's what Cadence is taking from this, whether it's true or not. She's like, oh, they fucked.
Hard to tell.
Do I catch that weird look?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would say you'd see as well. Go ahead and roll an insight check as well.
Okay.
I would say if we want to add one more to it.
Okay, so we all kind of see the look.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna have. It's not a group
Yeah.
insight roll, but yeah, everybody sees the look.
It's a 19.
19. Yeah, they fucked.
Woo!
They had flame for sure. She kind of has a look on her face of it's a bit of a coy smile and happiness to see that he's back.
Yeah,
You want us to
Cadence
bring him to you?
knows.
Want to meet him?
The captain of the Crimson Zodiac. That's all right. I know him well. Sorry, I'm not doing the gnome voice. I'm doing regular voice. No, that's okay. I know him well.
At her saying that, Cadence definitely knows they fucked. Or at least is very convinced. If it's not known as fact, she's like, oh yeah. She's a bard. She feels people's feels. She gets it.
She goes, Captain Lirzando and the Crimson Zodiac call up or do go. I can imagine that Lord Derolo would be more than happy to approve the ship defending the place that made it.
Quite frankly, I don't know that it would be his decisions. I believe it would be Lirzando's.
That is fair. If he says no, then I'll speak to him directly.
I bet you will. Being the Sarosa and all. Did she react at all to that?
I was like, Corey's
Like
coughs.
poorly? Does she just smile, or does that make her mad?
I would say that's a good question. It was a fun roll too. It kind of does both. It is I would say that you can tell that the anger is not towards you for bringing it up. It almost seems like it's a little bit directed at him. But she smiles at you.
Okay, well, if it's smiling at me, I won't use. I was going to use Gift of Gab to take it back, but if we got to look going like, girl, I get it, then I'll leave it at that.
Okay, come on. As well. If you'd like, I can let you know one of the locations we were going to be sending one of our Citizens Watch and Crowns Guard groups to do some scouting where there was an attack. We don't really have too much of a plan besides send them out with more weapons and a larger force than was sent out in the first place. So if you'd like to go on your own, that is up to you. That's your risk. But the sooner that we can get the Crimson Zodiac in the sky, the sooner I'd feel a little bit more comfortable about the skies being protected.
Well, I know Lirzando is visiting his family here. He told us we could meet him at the ship later tonight. If you have a way of contacting him or his family, you might be able to ask that a bit sooner than we.
You see a kind of an orange sheen cross over her eyes a bit, and you can tell there's a spell being cast, and you can't really hear the words she's saying. She's speaking under her breath, but as the orange kind of clears over her eyes, actually, let's roll about this real quick. As we've spoken about it, he will be up in the air shortly.
That I'm sure will make us all feel quite a bit more safe.
Kind of gives a smile. I know I'll feel more safer with him being here.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess at that we can move on to our ground attack.
What we need is where they're from. We need to
Mm-hmm.
know where they're at. We assume that they are burrowing beneath the Silver Quell Ridge and somehow making it up to the upper shelf here without us being able to see them. There's no footprints that are left. There's no evidence left. The people are just gone. And that terrifies me. Kobolds shouldn't be able to do that. They must be working with someone else, and I can't pick up anything. No whispers of what is behind this. There are dragons reported in the Zemni Fields currently. A new settlement known as Hope's Bastion has been fighting them off. I wonder if the kobolds are somehow related to that, but I've found absolutely no evidence linking them together.
Dragons.
Dragons, yes.
Where?
The
Talking
Zemni
about
Fields
dragons.
has had reports of a green dragon attacking the settlement there. They were able to fend it off with minimal casualties, but from what I hear, they've been working to fortify their defenses.
I say we look into the dragon. He didn't say anything about anything flying next to the ship.
Well,
I'm not sure the dragons are connected. That's the only even weird thing that's been going on besides this.
and that's a bit farther away, the Zemni Fields, correct?
It is.
Mm-hmm.
It is. With your speed, you could probably get there quickly, but
That doesn't really help us with our current mission. Though we can report it back to Whitestone and see how Lord Percival, if he doesn't already know about it, feels about connecting with some of the other leaders in the region to try and put some pieces together.
Any help, especially from a former member of Vox Machina, would be gladly accepted.
Yes. Well, to find out where, we must go to where you have any information of them being seen, I suppose. So I believe my crew and I, my compatriots here, I think we are all eager to get onto this.
Well,
she was just about to go very pirate and be like, aye, aye, but then she stopped herself. She was like, not the crew.
Quick question. Hi, I'm Sel, by the way. Nice to meet you, ma'am.
You as well. I'm sorry, are you Blue?
A little, yeah.
I've seen a blue goblin before. That's so interesting.
Yeah, this world's crazy. You said you were going to send out a group of your watch to an area. Where would that area be? Then maybe we can start there.
There are 2 locations I have. I'd be happy to give you both those locations, and you can choose. They are areas to the north of here, along the ridge, just up against the mountains.
Okay. The other one?
I'll mark, but they're both up north.
Okay.
I'll mark them. They are about 10 miles or so apart.
Got it. Yep. Perfect. Just needed to know that because since there's no leads that you guys have kind of dialed down of where they're coming from, that would be a good place to start at least.
That's what we were going to do as well. We were putting together plans on perhaps being able to fend off an attack, but allow some to escape to try and track them. We were working on something, but the ultimate goal is to find out where they're at so we can mount an offensive, hopefully rescue those who have been lost if they're still alive. Anything we can to figure out why this is happening.
If we were to find where they're coming from, I guess, would it be okay for us to somehow contact you to let you know while we're out there?
You're welcome to if you have the means.
Okay. Might. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
I wish you the best of luck. We will be sending this party out ourselves in about 2 days' time. So if you're able to make progress before that, please let us know and we will send our focus elsewhere.
I start to walk away.
Okay. You all head off. Where are you going from here?
As soon as we are out of earshot distance of them, I'm going to immediately, all right. We didn't seem entirely on board with the dragon thing. I'm just going to say it. There's no way having a dragon as a friend could be a bad thing for what we're about to do.
I think that
Anion,
that's...
you can roll. Give me a history check real quick. Just give me a general history check.
He's not good at that. He's really not good at that. Oh my god. That was terrible roll. What do I got? Oh, that's minus. That's an 8.
An 8, okay. Dragons aren't super friendly. You just still want to make friends with one. It's gonna be tough, but that's your drive. Yeah. I'd say with an 8, you don't know of any specific stories where somebody's made friends with a dragon who wasn't looking into the dark arts and making something evil happen. But you know what? You have the urge to try.
Gotta try.
Cadence looks at Anion and says, if you can befriend a dragon and get it to work on our side, I'm sure Lord Durola will just give you the Crimson Zodiac so you two can ride off in the sunset. But until then, maybe let's let Hope's Bastion hang tight. They've got a promising name, I suppose. And if they were able to do it with minimal casualties, they must have some power. And I think right now our biggest thing is to get those 3 back to Percival.
Yeah, solid name.
But maybe one of the Drakes. That might be a little bit more your speed.
All right. Fine.
I also
Next
think
time.
it's pretty kick-ass.
That is a really cool name
how
for
does Anion-
a settlement.
How does Anion seem when I say that? Does he seem butthurt, or does he seem like, oh, okay, fair enough?
How do you see him? Yeah.
Yeah, he's a very, emotions just out there in the open kind of guy. So he's excited at the idea of possibly getting a Drake, but in the most stereotypical fashion, he's just like, if he had pockets, he'd put his hands in his pockets and, kick a pebble. Kind of
Oh, no. Okay.
Well dejected, but fine.
Oh.
Okay, at Cadence seeing that, is anyone not within 5 feet of her?
I think you guys would be pretty
Or
close. Yeah.
everyone all
Somebody's
within 5 feet?
trying to-
Right.
Somebody's specifically walking apart from the group, not wanting to be
Well, I'm
apart.
just thinking 5 people within 5 feet of one person. That's an odd arrangement, potentially. And that's
Bodyguard
so. I'm
status.
just in case anyone wants to know what I'm about to do.
We're all the president.
Okay, well then I guess none of you will even know that this happened. Cadence will cast Gift of Gab, and 2 gold of hers disappear. And she kind of waves her hand and she says, bud, I think a dragon would be really fun, but I think we should work with what we've got right now and then maybe do that for another day. And for Gift of Gab, it's a reaction. And I'm able to cast a spell and skillfully reshape the memory of the listeners in your immediate area. So each creature of your choice if it's within your choice, I'll probably just have it just be Anion. With each creature within 5 feet of you, forgets everything you said within the last 6 seconds. Those creatures then remember that you actually said the words you speak as the verbal component of the spell.
In quotations, MIB.
Yeah, right. Anion, your memory kind of goes a little fuzzy, and you just remember Cadence being a little more supportive. You can make a dragon friend another day. You'll make it happen.
All right, next time we're here. We are coming back, yeah?
I'm sure we'll find our way back here another day. And maybe we go get to visit Hope's Bastion someday. Who knows? And then Cadence kind of looks at everyone else around, kind of like, it needed to be done.
I heard they were dealing with a dragon. That's pretty crazy.
Certainly is.
So,
Well, off to the kobolds then, or did we need to get anything? She said the search
She
party will be out
messaged.
2 days later.
Yeah.
We should probably prepare to be out there at least 2 days' time.
Mm-hmm.
Or they said if we were gonna head out first, we could give them information.
yeah, she said, let us know if you guys find something, and we won't send out
Yeah.
that party. We'll just do something else if you go before that.
And she had already messaged Lanzaro, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're good on
Larzando.
that end too. Yeah, Larzando, sorry. Yeah. So we could honestly go up north, what she was talking about. Or finish shopping and then head out. I don't know. See you guys.
Yeah, you certainly could ask. You could ask the captain to take you guys on the Zodiac, and then
True.
come back and start flying for sure. Your call. Whatever you guys want to do.
Wait, you're saying have Larzando take us there via Crimson Zodiac?
Just
I mean,
drops
if you
off.
want to ask him, yeah.
Would that just like save a bunch of time, or is that just for coolness?
Coolness.
Yes.
Take time.
Dope.
I would say yes.
Yes.
It's
Both.
both.
Billowing
Like.
cloak the whole way.
Just like airdrop us in. That'd be sick.
That's why we have all
Eric.
these like items.
Cool. Yeah, I want to use them. I want to freaking jump off the ship and grapple hook down or something.
Anion's
my bellowing
very
cloak.
excited.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Well,
So
we
you guys
cut his
make your way
family
back
time
down to the
short, so
airship?
he's probably not going to be happy.
What's that?
Yeah.
And we did cut his family time short, so he's probably.
Oh
not
yeah,
gonna
for
be
sure.
happy.
Yeah.
We didn't. We didn't do
make
shit.
It. We'll make
I mean,
it.
we kind of did.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, and who knows? They might fuck again. I don't know.
yeah, I mean,
And then at that,
maybe-
Cadence looks
maybe he
at
gets
everyone
married.
around. Everyone looks around and is like they definitely fucked though, right? Like that's what that was,
100%.
right? Okay,
that's the vibe you guys were getting.
absolutely. You weren't.
It was pretty obvious.
Damn.
I'm not a good people person.
Yeah, I'm not either.
You know,
It's the blue
I'm glad you're saying so, Cores, because like I just felt it in my soul, but I wasn't totally sure, and I'm glad that you felt the same way.
Oh yeah, they did.
You felt them fucking in your soul?
I guess you could say that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dang.
Sure.
I am a bard, and she gives like a little playful like strum of her heart, just kind of like, that's what we do.
Nice. All right, so you guys make it back to the air dock. Head back up onto the Crimson Zodiac. Captain Larzando is already there. He's looks like he is popping back up from his cabin and getting ready. Oh, good to see you all again. Guess we've got a little bit of work to do before we can do the recreational things, right?
Yep, gotta be at the service of that Sarosta.
And he just stops and dead stare at you. Just dead stare at you. What do
Cadence
you
like
need?
does.
Yeah, we heard you guys met before.
Yeah, I'm from Humberduke, as I said, and have a history here.
I'm gonna
You
nudge
know,
Stella and say he really humped her Duke.
Oh,
So, like, Cadence like totally like does that thing where like when dogs know that they're in trouble and they don't look at you in the eye, but they look like right past you and like they're watching you in their periphery. She's like doing that to
so
him.
right. So as this is all happening, and right as Crane says he really humped her Duke, he just is still staring. He just kind of puts the band on really quick and does this with his hands, like, and you all feel a jerking movement. Everybody roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh,
Wait, we've got the boots though.
I was gonna go ha and like do the old.
You can roll with
have
advantage.
good
It
boots.
keeps you. So it keeps you from falling off. It doesn't keep you from falling down.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I got a 19.
You said dexterity save.
Yes.
With
I got a 22.
advantage, I got 17.
Okay.
19.
18.
Everybody
Oh,
stays up, but it's just kind of the statement was made. You're all up in the air now, probably about 100 feet, and he just takes the band back off.
I put my hand on his shoulder. I just want you to know. She seemed really happy that you're going to be up in the air protecting her with your big, strong arms.
Yes.
You know, he oddly has a comforted smile and says, "Where the hell do you assholes need to go?"
I don't remember.
Yeah, I'll just send you guys there. I didn't tell you specifics, just said a few miles north. Yeah, that's only a few minutes away. Let's get going. He yells to the front, "Skiz! Guns up! We're protecting the city!" You just hear like a cackly laugh. And you see her from the front, it kind of raises up a little. The platform that she's on raises up a little. And you see her hands at the side, kind of in a similar way, but her movements aren't small. It's almost like she's conducting. She points her hand up to the front corner, lifts it up, and a cannon comes up out of the front corner, lifts it up to the other front corner, another cannon, does it to the same and two back ones, and takes her hands and starts turning her palms. And as her palms turn, the cannons move with them. And she kind of starts to do a little bit of just movement. You can see it's kind of like she's warming up a little bit, getting some stretching in. She says, "Send them my way, Captain!" And you guys head off in the air out to the spot that was noted. It takes a few minutes only. But after, we'll say 20 minutes gets you there, going at a little bit slower speed at this low altitude. But Captain gets low enough to drop you off with the repelling hooks. All of you can hook on and get down to the ground if you'd like.
I just want to make sure the fall guard is just feather fall, yeah?
The fall guard for now is just feather fall. Yeah, basically you have one use of it. It can be replenished at the ship when you're at the ship. But if you're out and about, you only have one use of it, at least for now. There's potential upgrades in the future. But so basically on that item, there should be a slot for one charge so that you can mark if you've used it.
No.
You could do the belt of repelling instead.
Yeah, belt of repelling allows you to go without having to use that feather fall, though, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to remember. She's up to falling creatures. Now, is it like the feather fall spell where it's choosing up to 5 falling creatures, or is it just specific to us?
It is the feather fall spell.
Okay.
So that charm cracks. You crack that charm, and it does the feather fall spell.
Well, Anion heard we were supposed to look cool, so he jumps off and uses that.
Okay, sure. Yeah, Anion just jumps down and does a cool just land on the ground. Everybody else going repelling belt?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
A little
But
bit
like
slower.
no judgment, because I definitely used a second level spell slot just to make Anion feel better. So like no judgment.
Okay, and y'all kind of head down.
I gotta do my cloak of bellowing and do a little. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
A very very much a show here for some of you as you land. And you hear Captain Larazonda yell from the top, "Let us know when you need a lift, and we'll be back."
How do we let you know?
So he reach into his pocket and toss a sending stone.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, what are we looking at?
Yeah, so now you're on the ground here, just at the edge of this mountain range. And you can see it's mostly rocky terrain with some small shrubs and trees, lots of boulders and outcroppings. Typical low mountain fare here. This is kind of right on the spot where one of the attacks had happened. You can see there is even like over on a little bit of the ways from here. You see that there is a column that looks like it's from an older, hundreds if not thousands of years old, just rubble type column off in the distance as well. But that's you're just kind of dropped in this little area here.
I'm gonna go ahead and start looking for any kind of footprints or signs of the kobolds being here.
I would say if you want to go footprints or tracks specifically, you can go survival. If you're looking for other signs, you can go investigation.
I would also like to help specifically with the footprints and stuff. This might be.
Yeah, one of you can. I say you guys can both roll survival checks, or Cores, if you want to do investigation, you can do that.
Yep, I didn't find anything.
I'm pretty sure I didn't either. I got mine.
Biggest thing you see, there is a couple of red stained spots of dirt. Some stained rocks as well. There was an attack here. Some people died here. You can see the evidence of that. Beyond that, hard to find any other signs. I'm sure to the vibe a little bit here too from the city tones. Let's go.
Gotta love a nat one.
That one, a little rough.
Are there any obvious openings around, big enough for normal sized individuals to go in?
Openings into the ground or anything around here?
Yeah,
you can roll a
pitfalls.
perception check, see if you see anything.
That's better. That's 15.
15? Okay. Not any holes or caves that you can see, at least not right here. Yeah.
So I actually had a question. As far as wizards and learning new spells, would I have to wait to a long rest to actually use the spell?
You wouldn't have to wait till a long rest necessarily, but from the time you bought it to now, there wouldn't have really been an opportunity. The trip over was not long enough. But it doesn't have to be a long rest, it just has to be 2 hours per spell level.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah. You can use the scroll without transcribing it. But if you transcribe it, you have to use the gold and the time, which is 2 hours per spell level.
Okay.
Which can be your 2 hours of light activity on a long rest. So it can be during a long rest. Doesn't have to be during a long rest.
And it was 50 gold?
50 gold per spell level and 2 hours. However, typically your school, so for you, illusion would be it's like half an hour per spell level, I think, and it's and like 25 gold pieces per level. I have to look at what specifically it is, but it's a reduced cost for your specialty.
Oh, I'm only level 1, so.
What I investigate the surrounding area.
Yeah, I would say if you want to roll an investigation check, see if you find anything else besides that.
Fucking that one plus 6, 7.
Nah, man. You guys don't see much.
That was me too.
You guys don't see much. I would say, Anion, you kind of, with that 15, while you're looking for openings, I would say you kind of get just the whiff of something on the wind that reminds you a bit of more lizardy kobold type sense, given that you're a minotaur with the minotaur schnoz. I would say with your 15, you pick that up at least.
Hell yeah, my schnoz.
More north.
Okay. And I'm realizing nobody else is getting anywhere. I just point in the direction that I got the smell from, that way, and start walking.
I have my crossbow out and readied.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess as we're walking, I'm just gonna keep an eye out for any evidence of lizardish wildlife or any evidence of just anything unnatural.
Okay. Why don't, at this point, after you guys walk for a few minutes, let's have a group perception check.
$11.
Oh,
9.
Hell yeah, guys.
15.
Okay.
We're all just holding our hands over our eyes.
Those are pretty rough, you guys.
I told you I was gonna start rolling bad once it mattered.
Yeah, that was
It's
really
my
rough, you guys.
MO.
Okay.
Maybe we got 115.
Yep.
As you all are walking, moving up to a spot where you see kind of a couple of jagged rocks sticking up, almost like knives up out of the ground. You see the remains of an old wall, must have been a building similar to the pillar. Who knows how many years old, but offers a bit of change in the landscape from just the natural settings that you see, seeing the old worn down stone of this old building. It is, however, at that point that you see 3 winged kobolds fly up into the air, raise up a rod at different ones here in the party, and I'm going to ask you guys to roll initiative, but nobody rolled high enough to get to go into the surprise round. So we have a little bit of a kobold ambush. So let's
No.
go ahead and roll initiative.
Mm.
Might be surprising, but with my stature, I'm not good at that.
That's a 12.
12 for course.
I got 7.
7 for Anion. How about Cadence?
I got 20.
Okay.
Damn.
And
I got a 20.
how about Crane?
Noise.
10.
20 also? 10. Okay. So we got Cell 20, Cores 12, Crane 10, Cadence 20, Anion 7.
Ouch.
Okay.
What's your dex look like, Sal?
13.
Okay. That's higher than mine, so you can go for me.
Boom, 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 boom.
Okay. Let's move that back a little bit here. What was marching order coming in?
Well, since I'm pretty sure I'm the one who said that way, I'm gonna assume I'm up
Maybe out
front.
in the front? Okay.
I would
Yeah,
prefer to be in the back.
In the back.
Yeah, I would have been in the back too, since we got big boy up front.
Middle.
I'll be behind Ania.
Okay. That a little bit. We have no Malice today, so he's off the board. All right. And we'll definitely change from this here. Let's give this one going. And the ones flying up and into the air are there. Those are going to be so far. Okay, let me move my mic a little here so I can reach that. Cores, you were closest, but with their mod on their decks, it was just a little bit higher than you. So, let's see. Let's get started here on this. So we're going to have them going first. All right. So we've got the Kobold Inventor. He's going to come out this way. 25, 30. And move up to Cores. And you see this Kobold run up to you. And you see him reach out with a stick that has a scorpion in a cage on it, and he moves the cage towards you. Is going to attack with that. With a 6 to hit.
I love that. I want to steal that.
Yeah, so you're able to easily dodge out of the way of the scorpion on a stick from this kobold attack here.
I feel like there's just like a disgusted look on his face. Like, what the hell is
that? Okay. So next we have the 2 underlings. So let me check my order here because I want to make sure I'm going in the right order. All right, so the one behind the boulder is going to go first. He's going to shoot at Anion, his short bow.
Oh, yeah.
And that is, let's see. A 15 to hit.
I have 15 armor class.
So that will just hit. And we're looking at 5 points of piercing damage to you.
Ouchie.
And then this one is going to move 20 feet out that side. It's going to do the same. Same roll. Same roll, 15 to hit.
Yeah.
This time it's going to be 5 points of piercing damage as that one shoots a crossbow or a short bow at you and then steps back just a little bit back behind there. So that is going to be both of their turn for the surprise round. And then we have the Flyers. Flyers are going to do a little different. Let's see. So this one is going to take a shot at Cadence first with the rod that it has in its hand. It's going to be a natural 1, so that one's going to miss. And we have the one flying up by the ruin next. They're going to fly up and go 20 feet out that way. And they are going to shoot theirs at Cores. Yeah, they're within 60. And they're going to do that with advantage because they have the ally next. That's going to be a 21 to hit.
That sure hits.
Okay. All right, and you see, actually, that's a 20. Not a. Wait, hold on. That was one. What was your armor class? That was 1 less than what I said. Yeah. Okay, so that was, I had my mod 1 too high on that. Okay, but that one will be shooting cold damage at you. That's going to be. 6 points of cold damage at you, Cores.
I have resistance.
Oh, perfect.
Oh.
And then, perfect for you guys at least, not for the kobolds. The other one back here by the tree is going to go. That one is also going to shoot at Anion.
Ooh.
And that is going to be. That one is 16 to hit.
Yeah.
And so from that one is a little bit more. You're going to take 11 points of poison damage.
Can I silvery barbs that?
Sure.
Okay, I'll silvery barbs and give Anion advantage.
That one's even higher. That's a 19 that time.
Shit.
Yeah, so we'll be able to give advantage, but that would still hit.
Okay. Can he have advantage on it? Oh, no. It's just poison damage, not constitution. Okay.
Yeah, so 11 points of poison damage there. And then this big one's going to come out. Move up 20 feet. They are going to lift up this kind of staff. It's got this weird curve at the top and bottom. They spread out their wings in this display as they cast Fog Cloud. Right on that, getting everybody but Crane in it. Oops. And props to Kendall for the spell effects templates. Thank you, sir.
That's a nifty ring you got there.
Real nifty. All right. And so with that, the group is covered in fog, making it very difficult to see in here. All right. So we're going to go back to top of the initiative. Cadence and Cell, you both are up first.
So you can go first.
Okay. I'm gonna make. All right. I'm gonna make my way to the cobalt behind Boars.
Okay.
And attempt to strike him with my Lightbringer.
Okay. So that is heavily obscured. Let me get this. All the deets here. So we are in heavily obscure. So what that means is, there we go. Blocks vision entirely. You effectively suffer from the blinded condition when trying to see something in that area. And while blinded, attack rolls against the creature have disadvantage. Attack rolls. A blinded creature can't see and automatically fails any ability check. Attacks against the creature have advantage, and your attacks have disadvantage. So I guess
Flat roll.
I think it'd be a
modifier.
Yeah, it could be kind of a flat roll because the thing you're attacking is in the fog.
Right.
So they can't see you coming at them, so they can't dodge with their deck. So yeah, I'd say flat roll.
Okay. Here we go. Big bucks, no whammies. Oh, rip. 9.
9 against the inventor here. That does not hit. Yeah, you swing.
Swing and a miss.
Yeah, swing and a miss. Unfortunately, you can kind of see a silhouette close, but it does not make contact.
All right, and I guess that'll be it for me.
All right, Cadence, you're up.
Okay, I would like to cast. First, I'll use my bonus action, and I'd like to give Crane a Bardic Inspiration die.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And then for my action, I'd like to use Dissonant Whispers at first level, and I read through it, and it just says a creature of your choice within range that can hear, basically. And so right before the fog, I saw that kobold. It doesn't say I have to see them.
Okay, nice. Good.
So I'm going to cast that, and it's a Wisdom save of 13.
Of 13 against the big guy. Okay. No, they did not. They did not make the save.
Okay, I'll do the roll. They get 3d6 psychic damage.
Ooh, nice.
And then they also have to use their reaction to move as far away from me as possible.
Oh yeah, I know.
Okay. Not great. That's math is hard for me today, apparently. That's 7 points of damage.
7 points of damage. Okay. You don't see anything. Crane, you see it kind of snap back in pain, but you hear a noise coming from it as it exclaims out in pain.
Cool. And that's my turn.
Okay. It does have to move also its movement, and that burns its reaction. It has 30 feet, so it's got to move back a whole damn 30 feet.
Cool.
30. Okay. Sally, you're up next.
Didn't I already go before Cadence?
Oh yes, I'm sorry.
I'll
Sorry.
go. Never mind. I'll go again. That's cool.
No, I have you. It listed Cadence first in my encounter builder.
Oh, you're good. Yeah.
So it went to you
It's fine.
next. Okay, so we've got the inventor. He's gonna turn, and he, after almost getting hit, he's gonna turn around and yeah, he's going to try and some interesting things that this kobold can do. He's still close, so he's going to still do the scorpion on a stick attack, flat roll against Cell. We'll try to attack him. Oh, natural 1. So he does not get anything on that. 2 kobold underlings. The first one's going to go. They now can't see anybody, and they feel kind of weird about that. So they're going to go over here, which gives them line of sight on Crane. And they're going to take their crossbow shot at Crane. Or not crossbow, but short bow, excuse me. Crane, does an 18 hit you?
I'm going to cast shield.
Ooh, nice. What does your shield look like as you block this arrow coming at you?
Just like a orangish glow kind of over the top of me. Just kind of like a shield almost. Just like...
Nice. Very cool. Okay, got it. All right, this one's going to go next. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It can't see anybody, so that one is actually going to hold its action to take the shot when it can see somebody. Cores, you're up next. Crane, you're on deck.
All right, so quick question. So it was a flat roll because, one, you can't see them, but then also they can't see you.
Exactly. If somebody was outside of it trying to attack, knowing where they are, it's weird, kind of wibbly wobbly with the rules. But I say rules is written if you're outside trying to attack in. No, you still can't see them. Yeah. So if you're in the fog cloud, if you're attacking something in the fog cloud, you just do a flat roll. Yeah.
So if it's a flat roll and I flank, is that advantage?
Yeah, I'd say so because Cell's on the other side. So I would say so. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to flank that one then.
Okay.
And I'm going to attack with my short sword.
Got it.
Actually, let me go ahead and do Booming Blade.
Oh, got it.
Uh, 13 to hit.
13, I think that just hits on the inventor. Yeah, that hits. Cool.
So that is 7 points of damage, and then a D8 if he moves 5 feet.
Okay, nice. You can hear a loud shout as it takes the 7 points of damage. You kind of, as you pull your short sword up, you see there's blood on it.
And I think that's it.
Okay, Crane, you're up. Anion, you are on deck.
The one up in the rock, is he within 40 feet of me?
This one up here?
Yeah.
Let's see. I have to move this real quick to see that specifically. Actually, you know what? I'll use this because I still have this. Thank you, Randy.
Wee.
That is, let's see. You're in this square.
Getting some Warhammer on here.
I would say your square matches that square. You're within 40. I would say
Okay.
you do have to move like just a bit. You'd probably have to move like 10 feet up to get line of sight, though.
Okay. For my bonus action, I want to tell Kip to defend me.
Okay.
And then, I'll move up 10 feet for line of sight.
Okay.
Well, how close does that put me to the one that shot at me?
10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 30, 40, or 35.
35?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to shoot at the one that shot at me.
Yeah, totally. Go for it.
Yeah, fuck on.
Oh fuck! I think that's a 9.
A 9
Yeah,
does not hit, unfortunately. They're little squishy kobolds, but they are a little higher than 9. You hear everybody in the fog hears that loud shot ring out from Crane's gun.
You just to remind you, it didn't work for this time because we already knew the outcome, but you do have a bardic inspiration.
And that's a 1d6, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It can be done after the roll, but before knowing the outcome.
Okay. Cool. Oh shit. Yeah, that's the end of my turn.
Okay, got it. Anion, you're up next in the fog. What are you doing? Oh, you're muted.
Thanks.
Hey, there we go.
Hearing the commotion in the fog and understanding that I just got shot several times by things out of the fog, I'm going to head over to the one inside the fog.
Okay.
Try and make my way over there. Would you consider grappling an attack?
Yeah, you'd have to use a contested. It's a grapple check. You use your one of your attacks to do that.
Okay. So I'm going to rage.
Nice. What is it? Not that anybody can see because he's in the fog, but what does it look like when Anion rages?
So when Anion rages, he gets a very like a green aura about him. And let me see exactly what it says in the thing before I go saying silly things. When I do, the group of spectral warriors appear, and the first creature I attack on my turn becomes the target of those creatures, or of those spectral warriors, and hinders their attacks. Until the start of my next turn, the target has disadvantage on any attack roll that isn't against you, and when the target hits a creature other than you, the creature that was hit has resistance to the damage dealt by the attack.
Oh, nice. Okay, so I would say Cadence, Cell, and Cores, you start to see this almost like wispy, kind of ghostly ectoplasm moving through the fog in odd and unnatural ways.
Gross.
So I'm going to attempt to grapple him to kind of keep him on one spot, allowing them easier time.
Got it.
Hitting him.
So go ahead. That's going to be athletics for you. Go ahead and roll an athletics check against.
I'm good at that one.
For them.
That's a 15 plus 6, 21.
21. They got a 6 total, so that will be a grapple for them for sure.
Oh, yeah.
So let's mark. For grapple.
And I believe I already used my bonus action, so I can't do anything.
Yeah, bonus action for rage. Yeah. Okay, got it. All right, that takes us to the bottom of the initiative order. We've got the 3 flyers next. So first one of those is going to move 5, 10, 15, getting line of sight on Crane. Let me show you the right modifier this time on that. That one is a 13 to hit.
13 does not hit.
13 does not hit. You see it and you're able to kind of dodge out of the way, just kind of ducking your shoulder back, not able to make purchase against you. Let's see. All right, so then these are going to move up as well. Move this up a little bit to reach those. 15, 20, 25, 30. That one's going to do the same. That one is a 17 to hit.
Kip's gonna burn his reaction to defend me.
And that gives disadvantage, right?
Yep.
Okay. 18 to hit on the second roll.
Shit. That one hits.
Okay, so that one is going to be 10 points of cold damage from that one. And that one has not gone so because he hasn't seen anybody's business. 20, 25, 30, and then it's just going to bonus action dash 5, 10, 15, 20. Let's go 25, 30, and be above that one. So it's going to dash, and then we have the big guy with the big wings. That's pretty good range. Yeah, I think that's what he's going to do. With everybody else, sorry, make sure the mic can hear me there. With everybody else in the fog, he's going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Back here. He's going to lift up his staff. You hear him speaking in Draconic, casting a spell, and he is going to cast Scorching Ray at you, Crane. It's going to be, you see 3 kind of radiant rays leave from the outside of the staff heading towards you. First one is, let me see what the plus is here on this. Plus 4. Okay, so the first one is low. The first one's a 6.
6 does not hit.
Okay. Second one is a 15.
I'm going to cast Shield.
Shield. Okay, got it. All right, and the final one is a 13.
So none of them hit.
All right. As you cast Shield, these scorching rays just they hit and just kind of deflect off, almost like a laser getting shot off in getting deflected off in an infinite direction. That takes us back up to the top with Cadence and Cell.
Okay.
Cadence, you can go. I'm busy doing something. Sorry.
No worries.
Yeah.
I am looking at one thing real quick. I got an idea right before, and I was like, okay, so I used that one. Yeah, I think I'm going to take a step or two, or however many feet it takes me to get out of the ring of fog.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the flyers, I'm gonna shoot my grappling hook at it.
Oh shit!
And try and pull it down to the ground.
Oh shit!
And then go back in the fog.
Yeah, go ahead and roll an attack on that.
Okay. It says you can use this as a light crossbow. So since I'm proficient in that, should I just use my crossbow attack?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm grappling though. It says, or wrap the cord around an enemy, grappling them in the process. Roll attack against enemy's armor class.
Yeah, so you still just roll your attack. It's fine if you want to use your crossbow. If you're proficient with crossbow, you can add that to that grappling attack.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to that. Okay.
And that also does trigger the held action.
I figured it did, damn it. I was like, there was for me.
But that is okay. It's a 16 to hit.
That does hit.
Okay. That is going to be 8 points of piercing damage as an arrow pierces your shoulder.
Okay. That's totally fine. I rolled a 17.
That will hit, yeah.
Cool. And then that grapples them, so I imagine that stops them from flying, so they should fall.
Well, that's a good question. So grappling, their speed becomes 0. They can't benefit from any bonus to the speed. The condition ends if the grappler is incapacitated. The condition also ends if an effect removes a grappled creature from the reach. So nothing says they would fall, I believe.
Okay.
So they're grappled. They can't move. Their speed is 0, but I wouldn't call it one that they'd automatically drop.
Well, okay. So Wait, on my next turn, I can retract the line 25 feet and pull them. This movement does not count as movement, but cannot be used to move directly horizontally. So that would mean theoretically somewhat down, right?
Well, all that one is you cannot use it for extra movement on the battlefield. So, like, if you were trying to move 30 feet and then shoot your bracer at the wall and move an extra 30 feet, you cannot do that.
Okay. Okay, cool. So that's my action. And then my bonus action, I'm going to I'm going to give another bardic inspiration die to Anion because he was getting hit quite a bit.
Okay, got it. So,
And then I'm going to step back into the fog.
Got it. You got a D6 of bardic inspiration. Cell, you good to go on your turn?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, got it.
All right. I'm gonna attempt to attack that guy again. Do I get flanking now?
Yes, you do.
Okay. And then is it with advantage or just adding the modifier back on it?
With advantage. You can still add the modifier, though. Even if you're attacking with disadvantage, you add the modifier.
Okay. So that's a 20 to hit on the first one. Yeah, 20 to hit.
20 to hit. Yeah, that hits.
Yep. All right, and
I forget. Does he get any bonuses for me holding that guy?
Good question. If he's grappled, no. The biggest thing is just that their speed becomes 0.
7 points of bludgeoning.
7 is enough. Go ahead and flavor that fatality for me.
I guess he's grappled with Anion, so I guess I'll just kind of strike his head away from Anion and just smash his head in.
You smash his head in. Anion, you feel a little bit of warm spray on your face, and you feel the goblin that you're holding just go limp. And you're holding it up, but it is now just limp in your hands. Or I said goblin, I'm sorry, kobold.
How heavy is this?
Goblin, easy. No.
Easy. Yeah, kobold.
Sorry to interrupt, but I did want to say that I did say that I moved back into the fog cloud.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries. I just wanted to make sure before somebody went to hit me again.
How heavy is this kobold?
Awesome, thank you.
Oh, I see where he's going with this.
I think actually, no, and I'm going to do it because he's flying and his speed is 0 and you're moving and he's attached to you. He moves 10 feet with you.
Dope.
Okay, so after Cell, that one's dead, so it does not have a turn. Let me remove him.
I guess I'll move. After that, I'll move kind of towards the edge. I want to say 5 feet to the bottom of Cadence, and then another 10 feet to the right.
So like that, and then that.
Up on the edge though, so like 1 square forward to him, and then 2 squares to the left.
1 square forward to him, and 2 squares to the left.
Oh wait. Oh no. Sorry. Like from our perspective, like the 1 o'clock position at the edge of the fog.
1 o'clock on the edge of the fog, so like over here.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, got it. Perfect. Staying in the fog though.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Cool. Yep. And then I'll just go there.
Okay, so it is the 2 underlings next. So this one is going to have to move past the leader, but it will over here. And that one is going to continue trying to take a shot at Crane. That one is a 14 to hit.
That does not hit.
I think you have shield up still too anyways. Second one will use its movement to go 20, and then it is going to hold an action again as well. Cores, you're up. Crane, you're on deck.
How high does the fog go?
Oh, that's a fantastic question. Let me get to that spell. It's a 20-foot radius. Let's see. Special corners have scared. So if it's a 20-foot radius from where it was cast, I would call that center point. Yeah, so 20 feet tall is what I'd say. Because you don't cast a center point, up in the air typically for something like this. So I would say, 20 feet tall.
Okay. Let's see. How far would it be for me to get next to Crane?
In the fog still? Like right there would be 25.
Okay. Maybe that's not the move then. I would like to move, let's see, 5, 10, 15 feet to my right and take a shot on that one that I can just see.
This one?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm going to use, is he? Yeah, he's within 60.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to use Ray of Frost.
Nice. Save or attack roll?
Attack roll.
Okay.
And that is a 26.
Yeah, definitely hits.
Right, 1d8. So that's 4 points of cold damage. His speed is reduced by 10. I'm going to give him the middle finger and step back inside the fog.
Before you do, that does trigger his held action, so he is going to shoot a shot against you.
Okay.
And that is a 17 to hit.
Let's see if I have anything for that.
I can do silvery barbs.
No, it's fine.
You also cannot see, so you cannot do silvery barbs.
Oh, bollocks.
In fact, I let you do
got
that
her.
in the fog earlier. I don't think I should have.
Oh, thank you for catching that. I've been trying to be really good.
Oh, that's okay.
I will take the hit and use Stone's Endurance.
Okay. How much do you reduce that by?
Let's see.
Oh, I guess I could tell you what it, because I didn't roll yet for the actual hit. It is 8 points of piercing.
I rolled 12.
Oh!
Well,
You
it's
take
1d12 plus 3, so I rolled a 9.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so this arrow, it hits your, an exposed bit of skin and hits the skin and does not pierce it. You just kind of, move that connection and thought to stone to the ground up to your skin, and it just bounces off your skin.
Yeah, I just want to make sure he gets eye contact with me.
Yeah. Oh, he's got real eye contact now after the arrow just bounced off of your skin.
I'll blow him a kiss and step back inside.
Like, armor's one thing, but when it hits bare skin and just falls down, something's going on. All right. Anything else then?
No, that's gonna be it.
All right. Crane, you're up. Anion, you're on deck. Muted.
Yep. I'm going to take a shot at the one that's being grappled by Cadence.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and roll an attack against it.
Oh, much better. 23.
Oh, yeah, definitely hits.
Oh, hell yeah. That is 17 points of piercing damage.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah.
Holy shit. Wow. Yeah, your musket rings out, echoing across the air here, and it hits square. It's focusing on being pulled into the fog, and you hit just square in the abdomen, and it just tears it apart. It's looking real rough.
And then I am going to step into the fog.
Oh, okay.
And then bonus action, I'm going to command Kip to follow me into the fog.
Okay. I was able to find, just to show everybody else, we got an actual Nine Tails mini for the Steel Defender now. So
I saw that. Pretty dope. Saw a bit of it.
All right. So, Anion, you're up next. What are you doing?
How heavy is the kobold that I'm currently holding?
Oh, less than 50 pounds.
Oh, good.
You better huck that thing.
Yeah, that's the plan. So I'm gonna meander my way out of the fog just barely, just to our right.
That'll get you out of the fog.
And I'm, yeah, I'm gonna huck the body of the one that he was dealing with earlier.
Okay, go ahead. Roll me an athletics check on this one.
Where are you trying to throw it? Which one?
The one on the right.
Yeah, the one that got ray frosted already.
Oh, okay.
I believe I have advantage.
On
You
athletics?
gain advantage on strength checks and saving throws.
Oh, with rage?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, actually, to be fair, I would actually say no, because this is an attack. It is a strength check right now, but you are using it as an attack, so it is specifically checks and saving throws, and then in parentheses.
Oh, I'm using it as an attack. Gotcha. All right, well, that's fine. The first one was 15 plus 6, so 21.
Oh, yeah, that definitely hits either way. You're good.
Okay.
All right, so roll me a I think we'll just use improvised weapon here. Give me a D4 plus your strength with rage thrown on there.
Okay. Oh god, that was a terrible day. That's a 3 plus 2 plus my strength, which is plus 4. So 3 plus 6, 9.
Yeah, so flavor that fatality of how you kill this one, throwing the dead body of the inventor at it.
I imagine him coming out of the fog already with the kobold in one hand, already reared back and just hucking it as hard and as fast as he possibly can.
Just fastball down the pipe, hits
yeah.
the thing, and it gets thrown 15 feet back and tumbles down to the ground dead with the inventor on it. You see all of the things on the inventor as you're throwing it. You're kind of like, oh no! You see all the animals and bugs tied to the inventor getting thrown with it, getting hucked that way.
Okay. And God, what all can I do with my bonus action? I kind of wanted to try and intimidate him, but I feel like that's a regular action now.
Yeah, it would be more than a bonus action.
All right.
Well, I think
yeah,
one
I'm
for
just gonna.
barbarians is just reckless attack
What?
for bonus.
Oh, reckless attack is something you add to your first.
It's with advantage if you do reckless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think I'll just meander back into the fog a little bit.
Okay, got it. How far are you meandering?
Probably right about there, and I'm gonna ready a javelin.
Oh, just pull out a javelin.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Free action to do so. Okay, so that takes us to the Flyers, which is a little bit poor ordering on their part. But, oh yeah, they can't. Yeah, they're going to. Their speed 0. They can't do shit. They're going to hold an action. Actually, you know what? They're going to shoot at disadvantage at Cadence. Yeah, they're going to shoot at disadvantage at Cadence. I think that's what they're going to do. They're feeling desperate about it after they got hit and are bleeding profusely onto the ground. Yeah, 9 with advantage at Cadence. And then the other 2 that are flying, this one is going to move up a little bit this way, and that one's going to stay right there. They're both going to hold actions. Probably what the other one should have done. This one's going to go next, and it is going to choose to drop concentration on the fog cloud.
Oh, fuck.
Uh-oh.
I was just like, why the fuck? This is crazy. Get back to the turn of the guy who has this up so that you guys don't have a barrier that you're using to protect yourself.
Damn it.
So
I really thought it was a good decision on his part to cast that.
Right? Like, remember that time?
Absolutely, it was at first. Like, hey, let's split up the party and take pot shots while the others are in there. Not anymore. However, the two that are in the air are going to use their held actions to shoot at Cell, the closest one to them.
Fair enough.
First one's a 14.
That's a miss.
Second one's a natural 20.
Silvery barbs.
There you go.
Hey, let's go.
And you do have it because you didn't use it before because you couldn't see.
And I can see now because you just took away the fog.
I know, right? So that is still an 18. It's not a crit. Does an 18 hit?
Yeah, hit 18 still.
Okay, so it's not a crit. But it will still.
Oh, and I give you the advantage, so.
Oh, thank you.
So that's going to be 8 points of cold damage to you, Sal. All right, so then we're back to the turn of the one who dropped Fog Cloud because it actually still has its turn. Cadence, you are the closest to it. It is going to lift up his staff and he is going to cast Scorching Ray at you this time.
And that's fire damage?
That is, let me check.
They're not making wise decisions.
Fire damage. Well, they are kobolds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have
kobolds
access
doing
to
kobold
stronger
things. One
things.
attacked us with a scorpion.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So,
I knew then.
now they, well, anyways. All right. So, yes, it is fire damage. They're going to roll 3 times against you with a plus. So 18 for the first one.
That hits.
13 for the second one.
That hits.
And then that one is a 9.
Does not hit.
Okay. So you take 17 points of fire damage.
I have hellish resistance. I have resistance to fire damage.
Okay, so then you would take 8 points of fire damage.
Okay.
All right, and that takes us back. And actually, he's going to move a little bit too. He's going to go this way. 20, 25, 30. Kind of back behind the rock a bit. Top of the initiative again, Cadence and Cell.
Okay. Do you have something you want to do, Sal?
Go ahead, girl. You got it.
Are any of them... This is going to be a weird question, but are any of them within 10 feet of each other? Like those 2 flyers. Are they within 10 feet of each other?
They are not. They have 10 feet in between them in those 2 squares, so they are 15 feet apart. I think so. On the board, these two flyers are 10 feet away, but they're up about 20 feet, so there is not anything within 10 feet of each other.
Okay. Okay, I see what you mean. Okay.
Yeah, so like their distance this way is, but they're
Yeah.
too high. So I was just explaining they kind of are, but kind of aren't. So I would say no.
And if I were to retract my thing that has the guy on it, it retracts 25 feet. Would that bring him to me? Would there still be room? What's that distance?
I
look
would
like?
say he's 20 feet up right now and 10 feet away. It would bring him to the square in front of you.
Okay. I imagine that I have the bracer on my left arm. I would like to, however, I need to not have my crossbow and instead have my rapier.
That would be a bonus action to swap.
Okay, I'll bonus action swap. And then I'm going to hold my rapier at the end of my arm and retract the thing.
Oh shit, that's cool. That's super cool. Yeah, go ahead and make your attack roll with the rapier.
Okay. Do I get any benefit to the momentum? Because it's not technically an attack. I'm just moving it there, and then my action is actually to move the guy in towards me. Or is it just a rapier attack?
The way I'd say it is, if you want to add damage, I'd make you do like an athletics roll, because you're running, you're pulling something at you quick. It's going to be about keeping it stable for the attack. So if you want to roll an athletics roll to, I'll give you athletics or acrobatics to like get a little extra zinger on it. You can do that if you want.
And what happens if I don't do well at those?
It will make it harder to do the attack. You will take some kind of penalty for it.
Okay, let me see what those look like before I'm like, yeah, let's do that. You said acrobatics or athletics?
Yeah, athletics or acrobatics.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go with the regular rapier.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Just roll an attack roll against them.
Sometimes that's just better when you have a +0. Okay. That is a 14.
14 is, I think, just gonna miss. Just misses, yeah, unfortunately.
Damn it. Okay.
You pull him down, and you have your sword up, and right at the last minute, it takes the kind of the rod it has and pushes the rapier just to the side, so you miss getting it in. His speed is still 0, though.
Okay, and I don't have any I don't have any advantage or anything for grappling him.
No, grapple just puts their speed at 0, so they can't move.
Okay, so I did. I still have my reaction, but there's nothing I could do for that. Okay, well then I'm gonna have him really close to me and be really awkward. I might like blow in his ear to make him uncomfortable or something.
So what the fuck? All right, or rather, in Draconic. Oh no, they speak common too. Okay, Sally, you're up next.
All right. After seeing the frustration of her, and like she whispers or whatever, I'm just gonna beeline it to that goblin and go for an attack.
Okay, yeah. Where are you lining up? You have some speed to position yourself around it where you'd like.
I'll be on like his flank, so like that square to the right of him.
Okay. To get flanking, you'd have to go up here. It has to be across from the person.
Oh, does it? Okay.
Yeah.
Does that give the other one an opportunity or no?
No, you're out of its melee range currently, and it's got a short bow anyways.
Okay. Cool. I'll do that.
Yeah, go ahead and roll with advantage.
22.
22 hits.
Yeah. Another 7.
Okay, you hit it again, and as you do, it just is kind of like, I mean, it looks like its eyes are starting to roll back in its head. It's about to pass out and die in front of you. It is as close to death as you can be.
I just like push him over.
Bonus action, just kick it.
Bam.
Yeah, it was the blow in the ear that finally kills it.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, it is still.
All right. Yeah, and I think the bonus action. No, I don't know if I'm reading this right. So for a bonus action cantrip of where's it at? Of redirect energy, does that mean it goes away before my turn starts?
Ooh, for redirect energy, let me see.
Yeah,
here.
so it reads, when cast as a bonus action, this cantrip causes energy to swirl around the character's limbs. Any melee attacks they make before the start of their next turn deals an additional 1d4.
So that would be like before the attack.
Oh, gotcha.
So right. So if you wanted to do a bonus action before the attack, that will make it a little bit stronger. Or, I mean, you can do that for like an opportunity to make an opportunity attack a little bit stronger.
Oh, gotcha.
Or
okay.
if you're holding an action, you can do that at your end of your turn to get your attack that way. But it would have to be before the attack happens.
Okay, got it.
If that was your intent, if you wanted to make this attack stronger, I'll let you add the d4 to it this time, since this is your first time using it.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. And it's a 5. Oh, no, I'm sorry, not a 4. 1.
A 1. As I said, that it was as close to death as it could be. A 1 puts you over the edge. Flavor That Fatality sells the guy going up to grapple people and killing them. So how do you do it on this one?
So this one, as he like runs to flank, he just does another head strike, but like from the back of the head.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna hit the back of the head and just like his head's gonna go flying towards Candace, and I'm gonna just shout sorry.
And Cadence, you get splattered with a little bit of kobold blood, and you're kind of trying to pull against it, and you like kind of stumble backwards now that it's loose.
Gross. I love it.
Sorry.
All right.
You
anything
just
else
see
for
my
you,
lips
Sel?
like puckered mid blow, and I'm like,
Yeah. With any movement left, I guess I would just turn and face the other one.
Okay.
Makes any difference? Yeah.
And you want to get right up on him?
No, I'll stay at 10 feet back just because I don't want to.
Yeah, for sure.
That's fine. Yep.
Okay, so it is its turn next. Let's see. Yeah, it's gonna. I think that's what it's gonna do. It's gonna bonus action swap to its short sword, and it is going to run towards you, Sel.
Yep.
And it's gonna make an attack with a short sword. That is a 21 to hit.
Oh, that hits.
I keep calling goblins, little kobolds angry. 5 points of piercing damage. Piercing damage on you on that as it stabs forward and gets through your armor.
Oof.
All right, that takes us to Cores with Crane on deck. Anion after that.
Okay, let's see. Am I able to get pretty much right under that one that's up in the air?
Right under?
Essentially.
5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah, you can.
So I would move on this, maybe like 5 feet closer to the camera, like in the next square.
Yeah, you can do that.
And then I am going to, let's see, I am going to angle Frost Fingers so I can hit both of them.
Ooh, okay.
If I'm able to. It's a 15-foot cone.
It's a 15-foot cone. Even if with cones, it gets a little wonky with the verticality, but I'll give it to you.
Hell yeah. So it's a 15 con save for each
15
one.
con. Okay, let's see what that con is. So the one closest to you makes the save. The one that's further fails the save.
Okay. And that is 2d8.
Oh, shit.
It's 10 damage. So 5 for the one who made it, and
Okay.
10 for the one who didn't.
Got it. Nice. You see the what does that look like? Tell me, actually give me some flavor for that. The guy who plays all the Frosty Hand characters.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I didn't even make that connection. That's funny. I think you just see, as I've said before, like his magic is sort of a lavender color. So his arm gets starts to build up some frost that makes its way to his hand and through his fingertips and comes out in a powder-like spray.
Nice. A powder-like spray that does hella damage to the kobolds. It hits for sure. Anything else for your turn?
How is that further one looking?
Let me get back to that. It's taking some hits. It's still up. It doesn't have any open wounds or anything.
Okay. I am going to action surge and do it again.
Oh shit. Yes, you can do that with action surge. Yeah, absolutely. It is action surge specifically casting twice. Go for it. Oh no, I'm going for it. Ah.
Here are.
The closest one is that one saves again. The further one is a 14.
It's a 15 con save.
All right, then it fails by 1.
And that is, look at that. That's another 10.
Oh shit, nice. Now it's looking pretty hurt. You see that the powdery snow started to cut across its skin, and it's looking pretty rough. The other one's still up, still looking okay, but the further one is definitely hurt now.
I think that's all it is. It's just
Okay.
straight damage, unless there was. Oh yeah, it just says the only other thing it does is it freezes any non-magical liquids in the area that aren't being worn or carried. So yeah, it's just damage.
Okay, got it. All right. Anything else then?
I don't believe so. I think that's movement, bonus, and actions.
All right, Anion, you are up then.
Did you say
It's-
I was on deck?
Yeah, I
Oh
think
yes,
Crane's
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I had hit farther on the encounter builder. Yes, Crane, you are up. Anion, you're on deck.
The one right above Cores, is that within 40 feet of me?
I'd say you have to move like 5 or 10 feet up because of its height, but that is all you have to move to get to it.
Yeah, you want to move me 10 feet up then?
Sure. Right next to Cadence. She's a little bloody. Got some cobalt blood on her.
And then, yeah, I'm going to take a shot at that one.
All right, go ahead and roll the attack.
That one's a 13 to hit.
13 is going to miss, unfortunately. It is keeping a weather eye out and not as hurt as the other one, so it is able to dodge the attack.
And then for my bonus action, I'm going to command Kip to attack the one on the ground.
Oh, nice. Okay. And how much movement does Kip have?
30 feet.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, go ahead and roll that attack against it.
I think that's a 12.
12 against that one might. Let me see here. No, misses by 1, unfortunately, against the underling.
And that is the end of my turn.
Okay. Now we're at Anion.
I assume speech is a free action.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I'm gonna look at Crane. Can I borrow your friend?
No.
If you're thinking of throwing the Steel Defender, it's like 500 pounds.
Oh, well, he was.
Said
all right.
shot put.
All right, I'm gonna take the javelin and the farther flying guy.
Okay, yeah, go ahead
he's
and roll the
gonna
attack.
Get that guy. All right. Nope. Cooperate, computer. Let's see. That is +6. That is a fucking 8 + 6, so 14.
14 just misses. You guys are going just under the threshold for what you need here. Yeah, just misses, unfortunately.
Well. Yeah, I don't have anything else I can do.
Okay, yeah. All right. Do you want any movement or anything from there?
No, I think he's good where he is right now.
All right. So let's see here. After Anion, we're back up to the Flyers. You know what? I think both of them getting hit by double of those frost attacks. I think both of them are going to go for Cores here. He's also the nearest to both of them. But I will, yeah, I will say though, let's see, I got to make sure I order this in the right order here based on how I'm straight. So here, 5, 10, 15, 20, and they're going to drop from flight. I don't think they're going to take any damage, but let me see. Yeah, no, they do a cool little flourish and fall down to the ground in front of you. And rather than shoot their rod at you, they're going to kind of use it as a melee weapon and move forward and try and poke you with it, with the end kind of glowing. And that's a natural 1, unfortunately. So they will not. However, the next one does get pack tactics because the other one is next to it. So they are going to roll from up above at a higher vantage point. And that one is a natural 20.
Uh-oh.
All right. So if that goes through, then we are going to have 16 points of the purple one was. This one is doing poison damage.
Yeah, let's go ahead and Stone's Endurance that bad boy.
Okay.
That is another 12.
Nice. Okay, so that reduces it down to 4 points of poison damage. All right. And then we have big winged shaman next. And he's going to pop his head out. Let's see. Is that one's still alive, right? Yeah, that one's still alive. He's going to pop his head out, go 10 feet this way, or pop everything out. He's going to go 10 feet this way to get out from behind cover. And he is going to throw a chromatic orb at Cell with lightning damage. And so he's got pack tactics from the one next to it. So he is going to roll that attack. Cell does a 17 hit.
Just hits.
Just hits, all right. Low roll on that one. Cell, you take 11 points of lightning damage.
I'm unconscious.
Oh boy. And with that, Cell falls to the ground. Unconscious and prone. Hang that over your hammer there. Put that on top of you. All right. It is going to use another 10. I'll use 15 feet and go back here. All right. Bring this back up to the top. Cadence and Cell, you guys can order how you would like to go. For Cell, for your death save. Cadence, for your turn.
And it's just a con save, right?
If you want to go first, it is just a straight
It's a flat
20.
That's right. Ooh, rolled a 10. Is that a failure?
A 10 is a success. That is where the successes start. So you succeed on the first one. Cadence, you're up.
She is not in here.
He's out of the call.
Oh, wait, what?
She dropped out.
Hey, Cadence.
Hey! Yep, sorry, that happened a few minutes ago. I was trying to take a picture of Milo, and it was not.
Okay, you are up. Cell is unconscious, 10 feet away from you.
Yeah, I've been in the background, so I've been.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was actually like just yelling at Stella. I was like, "If you wait a second, I can get you." But I'm gonna change my full strategy. Use all my stuff to go to Cell. Which I hope doesn't do opportunity attack, but probably will. And give him a healing potion.
Okay, to give somebody else a healing potion, that will be a full action.
Yes.
Okay.
I am aware.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. You can do that. Go ahead and roll 2d4.
2d4.
We'll have whichever one of you wants to roll.
Oh, go ahead. You roll for me.
You sure?
All right, I'll roll. Are you sure? All right, cool. All right. The 2d4s.
Yeah, 2d4 plus 2 is what we'll get back.
6 plus 2?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, Cell, you pop back up with 8 hit points.
Or 8, that's right.
You are still prone, however.
Yeah.
Okay. Cadence, anything else for you?
Just because I'm feeling spunky, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna give him Bardic Inspiration, and I'm gonna say, blue, ba ba dee ba da ba, and then that's it.
Okay, got it. A little bit of Europop. Okay, so we've
Well,
got
because he's blue. So.
Right. Oh yeah. Right.
Yeah.
So the underling is next. The one that is left. It is going to Cell your prone in front of it. I think he's just gonna try and attack you again.
Oh boy.
He's trying to stick you.
Is my body in the way?
Oh, what was that? Kip is doing that?
Yeah, offering protection.
Okay, so it'll just be a flat roll then instead of advantage. Natural 1 on the flat roll. The sword is coming at you, and Cadence, you're kind of like, no! Kip comes in and bites the sword an inch away from getting to Cell.
Okay.
All right. That takes us to Kor's turn. Crane, you're on deck.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hit the one that's in front of me.
Okay.
Booming blade.
Booming blade it is. Go ahead and roll that attack. And I believe...
Jesus.
They're actually both pretty hurt at this point.
Well, I rolled a 10, so...
A 10 does not hit, though, unfortunately. Yeah, it still does
didn't
have
think it
this
would.
rod, and it has a shield as well on its arm, and it brings up this wooden shield and just blocks the attack. And it's not that you don't have a good attack. You do. You have an attack that's spot on. Normally, this would be a kobold killer attack, no problem. But you can see that there's just a little bit extra training that this kobold has that is making it a little bit more dexterous, a little bit able to fend off your attacks. A little more than you expected.
Is a shove a full action?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay.
Or and maybe not a full action, but it's an attack at least.
Okay. Then yeah, I don't think there's anything else I can do.
Okay. Crane, you're next. Anion, you're on deck.
Real quick, Cadence would just also shout out, oh yeah, we're supposed to keep one of them alive theoretically to find out where they're coming from.
You know, I was wondering if anybody's going to mention that.
Well, luckily there's that one that's hiding behind the rock.
Perfect guy to get.
Who now commits suicide because I said that. And he's like, you're not taking me!
Never.
The one I threw is definitely dead.
All right, Crane, what are you doing?
I'm going to take a shot at the one in the air above Kor's.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll the attack.
And I'm going to add the Bardic Inspiration. 15?
15 just hits.
Ooh. That's 11 points of piercing damage.
Flavor it, man. How does it die?
Oh, man, just a headshot.
Core, if it just falls next to you, it's blood splatters on you. It's a very splattery fight that you guys are having today. Crane, any movement for you?
No, but Kip is going to continue to attack the one in front of him and Cell.
Oh, nice. Yeah, go ahead and roll the attack on that.
16.
Yeah, that hits. Yeah, get some damage for Kip.
Get him, Kip.
That's 9 points of force.
9! Hey, these guys are weak. Flavor that, man. Kip is getting one too.
Oh, man. After deflecting the sword, he kind of just shrugs it off and just goes right for the throat.
Nice. Kip just, drops it and just turns it, clamps down. Yeah, absolutely. Very cool. Kip gets one too. Okay. Anything else for you, sir?
Well, I guess Kip would probably, since I told him to attack the ones on the ground, he would probably just move toward the one in front of Kor's.
Okay, got it. I'll move over there. All right. Next up then is Anion.
I am going to run at the one in front of Kor's. While I'm running, it's going to be head down. I'm using my horns.
Oh boy. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and roll that attack.
All right. That is a 9 plus 6. So 15.
15 just hits. Yeah. Go ahead and roll some damage there.
I need this guy and this guy. That is a total of 8 plus 2, so 10 damage.
10 total. Flavor that fatality on this one, man. It was looking rough.
Wow.
Give me the Minotaur gore details.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and use the hammering horns as well, since we hit him right after we impale him on my horns. I'm going to whip my head around and toss his body 10 feet away from me.
Okay, got it. You do, and Cores, you see this Minotaur barrel past you, impale the kobold on its horns, and throw this one with the horns too. Spraying a little bit of blood as he does. You see the
everything
horns.
is dying around me, and I'm just getting covered in blood.
Very nice. Anything else for you?
Yeah. That's the point. That's it. God, I haven't really been able to use my thing. Everything I attack does. So no disadvantage on anything. I'm going to get closer to Cell. Not
Okay.
in front of him, but closer to. So probably like 15 away from him. Or,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You go over there then.
Yeah, right about there.
All right, got it. All right, at this point, then it is the big winged one. It is going to fly up in the air, use its action to dash, and start flying away. It's going to move 60 feet, which would take it off the board. And it has been hit. It did take some damage, but it's otherwise healthy. That would take us back up to the top. I guess I would say it's 60 feet away. Is Cadence and Cell, are you guys doing anything, or are we wanting to move to kind of a more pursuit thing, or are we trying to stay in combat here?
So it's specifically, how far away is it from me?
From you, it did get 10 feet up in the air, and it was 25 away from you to start. So I would say it'd be about 75 feet away from you.
Awesome. I'm going to use the grappling hook again.
Oh, and range is above 50 feet on that?
80 feet.
Oh, give me that attack roll. That's a big attack roll.
Okay. Oh, I hope I get it. Who's here to give me bardic inspiration?
I toot my horn.
I would give you guidance, but I have to touch you and I'm on the ground.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I got a 10.
A 10, unfortunately, misses. Yeah.
What resources could I, sorry, my brain is trying to do too many things at once, apparently. What would the cost be to use the sending stone? Would that be a bonus action? Would that be an action?
Oh, I believe it says in the sending stone description.
Oh,
I
damn.
think it's an
Okay.
action. Let me double check. Cast the sending spell and sending itself, I believe, is an action. Yeah, sending is going to be an action, so it would be an action to activate.
Okay. Mother.
I mean, you have 30 feet of movement if you want to start moving 30 feet away or 30 feet towards it. But it's gonna outpace you while it's flying.
Motherfuck. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. I'll just start running towards it.
Okay. So
And then,
oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, because I'm right by Cell, right?
Yeah.
Before I ran, I'm gonna drop the sending stone by him and say, maybe we can call for help or from assistance from the Zodiac. Because they literally just dropped us off there, so
there was a little bit of
minutes
travel.
ago.
Yeah, it was a few minutes. I think I had described it as like 20 minutes.
Oh, my apologies.
But it's close. It's close. All right, Cell, what are you doing?
I'm gonna grab that ascending stone and hit the horn and be like, Crimson. What is it?
Crimson Zodiac.
Crimson Zodiac, this is Cell Pale Group. We are in pursuit of one Cobalt. It's flying away from our direction where you just dropped us off. How do you copy?
Copy that, Cell. Crimson Zodiac inbound. And that's where we're going to end the session for the day. I love it. That was great. When hobbies feel like work for a second. Awesome. Well, we'll end it there. Let me switch the camera over here. Okay, we'll end it there for the day. Thank you for all who are tuning in or watching the VOD afterwards for some of these zany adventures here. And we'll catch you in a couple weeks with the next one. See you later. Eric, hang around. We do a wrap up afterwards, so don't log off yet.
Thanks for letting me know.